we all just lost gloves, looking for our, if we're a left hand, aren't we looking for our right hand?
And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. Stumble, you might fall. Stumble, you might fall. Stumble, you might fall. I ain't gonna go blind. I'm gonna get myself, I'm gonna get myself, I'm gonna get myself connected. I ain't gonna go blind for the light that is reflected. Hear me out.
Inflation. I love these songs. What's with these songs?
President Trump.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's.
I think we can all feel that there are two very specific timelines playing out now. And for those of you that are seeing this and this resonates with, I want you to know something very important. You're not going crazy. You're not going crazy at all. You're awakening more and more and more and more. And that awakening is going to get weirder for you. It's going to get good. It's going to be fun, but it's going to get weirder for you. So what I thought I'd do is put 5 signs about what you're actually going through right now. And let me know if any of these resonate for you. So the first one, you're beginning to question everything you once believed. The systems, the rules, how life should be lived, how you should feel. It all feels like a script, like a man-made script, like a matrix. You've stopped blindly accepting and started to see beyond the illusion. And it feels quite scary, but it also feels liberating. You're excited by this. Your own energy now is rejecting certain people or places. It's not that you're being antisocial or you're avoiding things. It's just you really focus on making your energy right now. Your frequency is shifting. So if something drains you, you remove yourself from it. If something repels you, you no longer stay with it. If something doesn't feel aligned, you get out of the way. Your soul is done with small talk and small minds. Number 3, reality seems to glitch out all the time. Time feels warped. Sometimes a day goes by like a minute, and sometimes a minute goes by like a day. Synchronicities can feel overwhelming. They feel like they're happening before they happen. If you know, you know. You're no longer living in a fixed reality. You feel like you're stepping into a quantum reality where time is strange. You might also feel very nostalgic as well at this time. You've got this very magnetic, urgent pull towards something, but you don't know what it is. And you keep thinking, when am I going to know what it is? When am I going to know my purpose? When am I going to know what to do? Well, the purpose right now is to surrender and accept. Stop resisting the resistance. But you do sense this mission of something bigger than you, something greater, why you're here. The path isn't fully clear yet, but deep down you know you were sent here for this, and it will come. And you've detached from the chase of the 3D life. So whilst money and success and the material things are important to improve things in life, it doesn't own you anymore. You're stepping into something far greater, your energy body, your true connection, true freedom, true expansion. So I hope some of those 5 resonated for you. Drop in the comments if they did. Drop me a heart in the comments. This isn't a phase right now. This is a full-scale activation of consciousness that's happening. Old identities are being shattered. People are waking up all over the world. Millions of people every day. This is a new world being born right now. So if you saw this and it resonated with you, drop me a like and a follow. Bye for now.
Rachel Maddow, if he would just go away, if he would just sign an agreement that he would not run again for public office, this would all stop. And what has Trump said? Nope. I'm all in. Now, why is that? He understands this moment, the urgency of this moment. He understands, and that's why I said Thomas Massey in this theoretical talk about the Constitution. The Constitution's been shredded. That's effete intellectualism. That's reading National Review. It doesn't matter anymore. That's just that's salon conversation. We're beyond that. We're beyond that.
In a tweet sure to garner the ire of President Trump, Thomas Massey wrote on Twitter today, "In order to be consistent in preserving the constitutional structure of our republic, I will be voting for the resolution to prevent the president from using a national emergency declaration to reappropriate money for the wall."
A staunch ally of fellow Kentuckian Mitch McConnell, Thomas Massey attended a rally today to support his campaign, warning fellow conservatives to back off from attacking the veteran senator.
But, some say that, Jeff Flake is not on board with the agenda, and they are critical of him. So do you think the president would be wrong to try to primary him and try to get him out of there?
What I've learned serving in the House of Representatives, there's 435 members. Don't alienate any of them, not a single one.
Why not try to stop Paul Ryan from becoming Speaker? After the election, you said he didn't have your vote, but he was approved unanimously for Speaker.
Well, John Boehner was approved unanimously, too.
I anticipate voting for this rule. And for when people want to express their ideology, the floor of the House on the actual final passage of the bill is the place to do that.
Thomas Massey of Kentucky announced he is a yes. You heard probably just now a sigh of relief from Speaker Kevin McCarthy at getting that yes vote.
20 Republicans chose to side with Democrats and not censure Adam Schiff, including Thomas Massey, who tweeted, "I'm still litigating a federal lawsuit against Pelosi over a salary reduction she imposed on me for my refusal to wear a mask."
They can introduce all the resolutions they want. It can be 16 million or 160 million. I'm not going to stop defending our democracy.
Joining me now is Kentucky Congressman Tom Massey, who has endorsed Governor Ron DeSantis for president. Congressman.
Well, Ron will be able to talk about the economy because he didn't shut his down. And Trump was urging governors to shut their economies down.
Oh, they got to put him on primetime on Fox. Let's get him on Laura Ingraham and let's have him talk about some things. No, Massey, you were the one in the Rules Committee that let the debt ceiling go forward. You.
Who do you think is the current leader of the Democratic Party?
Lucifer.
Can you expand on that?
Evil energy possesses certain people with power and makes them take certain actions. You can look at that in the occult practices of Nazi Germany, and you can look at that in the politics of the modern day.
Who is the current leader of the, besides Satan?
Who's the current leader of the Democratic Party? Money. Take that to the bank with you.
I want to say Kamala definitely was like the face in the political scheme, but there hasn't been as much, I think.
Where it dress so fine, threw the bumps of dime in your prime. Then you, people call, say beware doll, you're bound to fall. You thought they were all kidding you. You used to laugh about everybody that was hanging out. Now you don't talk so loud. Now you don't seem so proud about having to be scrounging your next meal. How does it feel? How does it feel to be without a home? Like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone. Oh, you've gone to the finest school, all right, Miss Lonely, but you know you only used to get juiced in it. Nobody's ever taught you how to live out on the street, and now you're gonna have to get used to it. You say you never compromise with the mystery tramp, but now you realize he's not selling any alibis as you stare into the vacuum of his eyes and say, do you want to make a deal? How does it feel? How does it feel to be on your own with no direction home? A complete unknown, like a rolling stone. Ah, you never turned around to see the frowns on the jugglers and the clowns when they all did tricks for you. Never understood that it ain't no good. You shouldn't let other people get your kicks for you. You used to ride on a chrome horse with your diplomat, who carried on his shoulder a Siamese cat. Ain't it hard when you discover that he really wasn't where it's at? After he took from you everything he could steal. How does it feel? How does it feel to have you on your own, no direction home, like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone? Princess on the steeple and all the pretty people, they're all drinking, thinking that they got it made, exchanging all precious gifts. But you better take your diamond ring, you better pawn it, babe. You used to be so amused at Napoleon in rags and the language that he used. Go to him now, he calls you, you can't refuse. When you ain't got nothing, to lose. You're invisible now, you does it feel to be on your own with no direction home, like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone?
When you wake up or when you're on your weekend and you get the fork in the road message, or you get the subsequent 5 bullets, hey, what the hell did you do, you lazy federal worker, this week? How frightening is it that someone on X, the owner of X, speaks to you directly to say, what did you do last week at work? And if you don't answer, I am going to fire you. But even more egregious, the president comes out, the most powerful person in the land, and endorses that message. How do you think that makes federal workers feel?
Patriot News Broadcasting. You know, I would think those federal workers, if you're honest and genuine, it wouldn't be that hard to write down what you did throughout the week if you're actually doing your job. You know, she's sitting there complaining with that mask in the intro, but I mean, come on, really? I wonder if she's getting paid like that other guy was. It's good to see you guys. It's hump day. Happy Wednesday. It's been a beautiful day outside, and it's good to see you guys. You know, I feel where you guys are coming from. You're tired of the days where you have to decide if you're going to eat today or pay your electric bill tomorrow. Our electric bills, oh my God, they're outrageous. And I don't know why. You know, I don't live in a gigantic house. It's a tiny house. I feel like I should be in the dark right now, like all the lights off, you know what I'm saying? But I get it. And people are saying, when's Trump going to do things? And I feel like today there was a visible chip in the armor, not to criticize, but he looked very distracted. And he was definitely distracted by J.D. Vance's socks, apparently, in that one clip. But I don't know, he just looked kind of distracted, which, I mean, it's not a big deal. But there's other things that I don't quite understand. This Epstein file stuff. You know, they campaigned on we'll do that first day, yada yada, and now they're saying there's very specific reasons why we can't do that. They should have known those reasons back when they were saying that. That's the thing. It's not like it's that illogical. They realize that some of the people on the list and in those files own businesses, and this is kind of what Nino and Roseanne were saying in their interview, that, you know, they own big companies and stuff, and it would just, things would stop moving, the economy would stop moving, and okay, I get that. I mean, I do get that, but why wasn't that considered from the beginning? So it's the first time I've seen that in Trump and his people. It almost, I'm not going to say it's like embarrassing, but it's borderline getting there. And there's a lot of other things that, you know, we'd like to start seeing the real effects of his presidency in our everyday lives around us again, such as electric bills, groceries. You know, we see what he's doing.
we'd like to start feeling the effects head on, because things are still expensive. And some people are saying otherwise. And we're going to look at all this today. Near the end of the show is going to be dedicated to talking about what happened with Jamie White, the InfoWars reporter that was murdered. And then we're going to listen to SG Anon at some point. And so, you know, I just wanted to say all that and let you guys know I get it. I'm with you. I feel you. You know, I like Trump. I liked Trump before he ran for president, but I've said it 100 times before, I'm not a kiss ass. And by the way, you know, these little TikTok videos we watch throughout the show, they spend a minute or two talking about a certain news event that happened during the day. Well, I thought, you know, I've got a tiny bit of extra time. Maybe I'll make videos like that. So today, I decided to make my first TikTok video. And then about 45 seconds after I posted it, I had my first TikTok video removed. And we'll talk about why that is. My first go at TikTok was a complete disaster. It was actually a really good video, but I can see looking at it now why TikTok might not like it. It was a bit to the point. Anyway, let's get the show started. If you guys are ready to go. We will start with Maui Police Chief John Pelletier, named in Diddy's lawsuit. He's accused of being a co-conspirator. He's accused of being involved in a cover-up for a gang rape when he was working as a Las Vegas police captain. According to the accuser, Pelletier posted as a California sheriff deputy and responded to an alleged... Yeah, he's accused of telling the victim to go home. Well, you know what? We got a video on it. You guys want to watch the video? We can check out the video. Anyway, Mr. Pelletier's in some trouble. He's just in all kinds of things. Las Vegas, Maui, he's all over the place.
Explosive allegations against Maui County Police Chief John Pelletier. A lawsuit claims that he was a dirty cop while working for rapper Sean Diddy Combs 7 years ago. Pelletier is denying all of the allegations, but Maui's mayor is asking the police commission to put him on leave until this case is resolved. Our Eddie Dowd has the story.
In the nearly 90-page civil lawsuit filed by Ashley Parham and two unnamed people, Maui Police Chief John Pelletier is accused of being hired.
Yeah, that ended quick. So, I've got one more we're going to look at. Basically, how he's connected, you know, as far as Maui goes, he's accused of being the sheriff that ordered the, I don't know if you'd call it a lockdown or refused to let people out of the neighborhood. Some people are alleging, I'll point out so I don't get in trouble. Let's check this out.
Maui's police chief, a famous football player, and a comedian are among the high-profile men accused in a civil lawsuit of participating in or facilitating crimes alongside Sean Diddy Combs. The chief and others say it's not true. But now Maui's mayor is asking the police commission to place the chief on leave while it's being investigated. Gina Mangieri has more. Gina?
Well, rapper Sean Diddy Combs is in custody awaiting federal criminal trial on racketeering and sex trafficking charges. And now a civil lawsuit filed in federal court in California alleges current Maui Police Chief John Pelletier served as security and facilitator for Combs, sometimes impersonating law enforcement jurisdictions. A nearly 90-page lawsuit accuses John Pelletier of serving as muscle for Sean Diddy Combs in California and Las Vegas, several years before Pelletier left Las Vegas to become Maui County Chief of Police.
And this isn't really, to me, that surprising, because if you remember, Diddy had New York, a good chunk of New York police under his under his thumb, apparently, from what others have alleged. So Las Vegas, California, it's not that surprising.
The same suit accuses NFL player Odell Beckham Jr. and a comedian known as Drewski of rape. We asked the chief, county, police commission, and police union for a response. A Maui Police Department spokesperson says the chief has no connection to anyone in the suit. We are confident that the evidence will demonstrate these claims to be false and will expose those who are deliberately trying to manipulate the legal system to spread misleading narratives. The union declined to comment. We asked the plaintiff's attorney for additional comment, too, without reply. Beckham Jr. said on his social media, "I really can't even believe that my name is mentioned in that matter. There was absolutely no truth to those allegations." Drewski said on social media, "This allegation is..."
What I don't understand about all this is why they're poking at the cheap meat of the case. If you get what I'm saying, there's clearly some major beef on this case, like some high-profile people they could probably go after, and they're kind of picking at the scraps. I don't get it, and yet I do get it. God, that's confusing. We're going to talk about it more. I mean, we'll be talking about it throughout the show. And yes, Maria, I might show the video at the end of the show that I made for TikTok. I could make short news stories like this throughout the day, but I'm not like in a hurry to be the first to report a story like some are. It gets views, and if I were in it for money, I'd do that, but I'm still going the route of the miracle stories. I've got that planned to film this weekend. Anyway, let's move on from John Pelletier. Diddy probably had cops muscling for him in a lot more cities than just New York, Vegas, and Los Angeles. So, you know, it's just a blip on the radar of the case. The Education Department's cutting nearly half of its workforce, according to the senior agency officials. After staffers at U.S. DOE in Washington received an email earlier today notifying them that they must leave the building tonight by 6 p.m. for security reasons, the department has now announced it will be laying off nearly 50% of its workforce in the next 2 weeks, with upwards of 1,300 of the Department of Education's 4,100 federal employees to be placed on administrative leave beginning on Friday. So there's that. There, as far as that beef goes, they're cutting the fat when it comes to all that stuff. We'll take a quick look here.
Senior Fox Business correspondent Charles Gasparino reporting that the Education Department employees have been told that they must vacate their offices in D.C. and the regions by 6 o'clock tonight, and that the offices will be closed on Wednesday for security reasons.
See, I told you. I wonder why they want them out of the building at a specific time tonight, though. Maybe they're going to begin an audit. Yeah, that happens a lot, Ginger. I get a lot of videos that after they're done being live, they'll get taken down for something, for copyright, like a song or something. Most songs you can play on here if you're not monetized, but there's some that you can't, like AC/DC. The AC/DC ninjas come after you if you use their songs, and they're short and they're hard to see. They're like 3 foot tall, and they come in your house and kill you for using AC/DC songs, allegedly. But no, anyway, I remove the segment and then it comes back up, Ginger. So if you ever see a video get taken down or disappear, just wait half an hour and it'll pop back up. The CR spending bill passed in the House. The yeas 217 to the nays 213. Take a short look.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 213.
Told ya.
The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Their spending bill. They're excited about their spending bill. I think, interestingly, it feels like they have to crash the economy to get to where they want to get with what they want to do with it, but then they are talking about how hard they're working on it and everything getting better. I don't know. It's getting a little confusing on some aspects there, but we'll touch on that. New bill has been proposed to ban all Chinese nationals from obtaining U.S. student visas. House Republicans are rolling out a bill to block all Chinese nationals from securing student visas, dubbed the Stop CCP Visas Act. The legislation is spearheaded by Representative Riley Moore of West Virginia. We're done letting 300,000 Chinese nationals flood into the U.S. annually, while the CCP exploits our openness for espionage. Very, very, very true there. And in other court case news, Missouri, they're still after China for their money.
Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Our top story. Missouri has a message for China, pay up to the tune of $24 billion, or the state will move to seize Chinese assets and farmlands within its bounds. All that after winning a lawsuit against the country for its handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Chinese tariffs are hitting American farmers starting today. A look at
the tariff war. We'll look at that too here at some point. So why is the Missouri ruling significant? It's a major precedent established as this was one of the first successful state-led lawsuits against a foreign government over COVID-19 damages. The ruling essentially lowered the bar for states, especially red states like Mississippi or Florida, and there's a lot of others pursuing similar litigation, potentially reshaping how states use courts against foreign powers. Take our land back. We need to do it anyway. Attorney General Bailey said he would start seizing assets and farmland. The ruling won't matter without the enforcement, and they'll do it. That being said, check this out.
The layers of liability protection that exist right now are so profound that it's mind-blowing. Do you understand that when you...
And just to point out why this is important, this is still talking about COVID-19. This is a court case going on. This is significant because they're realizing who they can and can't sue in all of this. And I feel like this is very telling.
Well, I don't know if you got the shot. When someone got the shot, they didn't get it from Pfizer or Moderna. They got it from the DOD. The DOD distributed this. The contract with our federal government requires that to distribute this, the DOD had to ensure that there was absolute immunity. So before we could, if you want to sue someone right now, you're going to have to sue the DOD. Good luck. If you get through them by proving intentionality, which is very difficult without the data, which they continue to hide, this is why I'm encyclopedic in my knowledge of what occurred, because I've been trying to figure out how to sue these guys, and I have to get the data to prove the intentionality. I will tell you that I think there's a number of claims. I've looked at a RICO claim, which I think I could credibly make. I'll tell you that claim would cost me $5 to $8 million, my cost to litigate.
That's gnarly right there, a RICO case against the DOD. But what does that tell you if it's from the Department of Defense, which was under President Trump, and they say he put out Operation Warp Speed to speed things up drastically for a specific reason, allegedly. And so I feel like people getting swept up in the sub-reality psyop, that's a mouthful, are trying to figure out who they can sue throughout all of this. Good luck suing the Department of Defense. He said it would cost him $5 to $8 million alone to get it going. Another situation in a state on the House floor today did not take off at all, funny enough.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply...
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America? Please.
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency?
He's out of order because Mr. McBride is actually Miss McBride, and it really pissed this guy off.
I mean, I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this
You
hearing.
will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
Hi, I'm in Delaware. Ooh, I'm not sitting here. I'm not going to let you call her a mister, not in my state. In other news, some people are still really pissed off at the Trump administration's decision to deport Mahmoud Khalil over his alleged Hamas connected protests on his campus.
How many more New Yorkers will you detain? How many more New Yorkers will that charge? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan? When we asked Tom Homan, all he had to answer for that cruelty was a smirk. Because there is no answer for taking a man from his pregnant wife, who is due to deliver their newborn child in a month, from their Columbia University apartment, a day after that same man, Mahmoud Khalil, wrote to Columbia University and said he feared for his life. The cowardice that is on display across our city and our state is unacceptable. New Yorkers are looking to us. They are looking to their leaders for courage and for conviction. And what they are finding instead is collaboration. And that is just simply unacceptable.
Yes, unacceptable. But you know what? Here's the thing. When you're from another country and you break a law, we send you back. You know, it's kind of like being a tiny little kid and you go over to your friend's house and you get in trouble and the parents say, it's time for you to go home. It's like that. You break the law, it's time to go home. Like this guy here that they sent back to Canada for being a convicted drug trafficker. They found him transporting 125 pounds of cocaine across the border, and they're sending him back. You know? So, they can call it torture. He said he's afraid for his life. Well, for fuck's sake, he's promoting Hamas on campus. What do you think? People are just going to go to class and forget about it? And, I mean, come on. Anyway, Jack Dorsey, the former CEO of Twitter, was locked out of Twitter today. Why? I don't know. He must have gotten in trouble. I wonder how it feels to be on that end of things. Up yours, Dorsey. You violated the X rules. And you wrote them, so that says something. Moving on. Obama appointed Judge Beryl Howell blocks parts of Trump's executive order targeting Perkins Coie. This is not good. The government can take away security clearances from Perkins Coie lawyers. The government can investigate other law firms and Perkins Coie for things like racially discriminatory practices, but they can't cancel contracts with the clients because of the firm's involvement. The employees can still enter federal buildings, and the judge stopped some of the harsher punishments, but let the security clearance removal and investigations keep going. The context of the Perkins Coie's involvement with the Russiagate scandal. They secretly hired Fusion GPS for Clinton and the DNC to smear Trump with lies in 2016. They unleashed the ex-spy Steele to concoct the shady, now widely debunked Steele dossier. The dossier spread vile, baseless claims of Trump-Russia collusion. Perkins Coie's Sussman fed FBI fake tips to sabotage Trump, hid his bias, dodged justice when Sussman beat the lying charge in 2022. It funneled over $1 million in dirty money to the Clinton Cash Foundation, the Fusion GPS, back when they were selling uranium to Russia. Ooh, you remember that? Take a quick look at that from a member of the Dilly meme team.
Perkins Coie is the biggest law firm in DC for defending people who have been doing work inside of the intelligence agencies, law enforcement agencies, and political apparatus. Okay, so this is actually, it gets deeper. So what has happened is when you remove the clearance, not only do you completely screw their ability to attract future clientele to defend, because without that security clearance, you can't view the evidence against your client. Do you understand? So when they removed that clearance, it did two things. Number one, Perkins Coie and all of their lawyers are no longer capable of taking on intelligence assets, political assets, and other people as clients, because you don't legally have the ability to view the documentation against them, which means if there were, say, a case against somebody high profile and you were being charged with, I don't know, treason, because of the nature of the evidence, which would be classified, you would not have the ability to defend them. So you just removed a critical element of how the deep state has operated in Washington, D.C. That's for future. Secondly, and it ties in with this same statement with the future, it removes your ability to continue current cases against your clients that involve highly restricted, classified documents. You instantly no longer can represent those people. This is like really, really important to understand, because everybody has been losing their minds. Why haven't we seen perp walks? When is Pam Bondi going to do her job? Why isn't Kash Patel arresting anybody? Logistically speaking, the first thing you'd want to do is remove the ability from the heavily funded deep state law firm from being able to participate in the issue. Perkins Coie has relationships with justices inside of DC. You're not going to get fair trials. But when you take Perkins Coie off the board and then you start charging people and bringing forward indictments and, you know, bringing together grand juries, now they look and they go, okay, we can't go to Perkins Coie, just so we're all clear, number one law firm in DC for anything deep state defense requires. Okay. Number one, it's not even like kind of close. So when Perkins Coie is off the board, you now go, okay, well, who's the next group of lawyers that we can hire? And that is a big drop off. You go from, they've got, I don't even know how many lawyers they've got over there, 10 or 20 or 30 lawyers, and they're the best. And now you're like, oh shit, we got to go to the B squad. And then when you drop down to the B squad, as we all know, lawyers are pretty straightforward. You get what you pay for. And if you got the B squad and you're going against the fucking Department of Justice, you're going against Eagle Ed Martin, you're going against Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and now Dan Bongino, you better have your shit together or it's going to go really bad. And you're having to hire lower and lower quality lawyers. And now President Trump, as Stephen Miller just mentioned, is probably going to continue to remove the security clearances from additional law firms who have been corrupted in playing these games. So the question you have to ask yourself is, if you wanted to see people getting frog marched, arrested, and indicted, would you want to see it while all of these law firms could still defend them? Or would you rather be patient and see them all frog marched and indicted after these bullshit, fraudulent, corrupt law firms are off the board? It's pretty straightforward. You have to, this is how you cut the legs out from underneath these people.
It's sort of knocking a chess piece off the board, really, but it shows you how serious these court cases are. And people say there's Obama judges blocking things. It's more than just that. It's a big connection of attorneys and I can't even think of the word I want to say, but yeah. And so Perkins Coie is just one piece on the board they're trying to knock out, and they're meeting a bit of resistance.
Someone's got to do it. You already cut off their funding via USAID. Now you have to go and cut off the litigation element, because otherwise they're going to walk. Every one of them will walk. Every single person, if you didn't do what President Trump is doing, would have hired the same law firm. They would have had access to the same justices, and then they would have had the same leverages. And you'd look up and go, we did all these frog marching and arrests and nothing actually happened. To hell with that. You want justice in this country, you've got to take apart the machine that made justice totally impossible. So I hope this informs people as to how this actually works.
It's not that it's short-sighted to be impatient necessarily. It's just that people put a lot of faith in President Trump. They put a lot of hope into these things that play serious roles on their lives. A lot of people, it's funny, they say, if Hillary had won, we'd probably met our end already, but a lot of people were already at the end in their own lives with things, just at their own walls. And it's a weird timing that a lot of people just put a lot of faith into Trump, and there's a lot riding on all this. And again, when you're in a situation where you're trying to decide, do I eat tonight? Do I keep scrapping up to pay the damn electric bill that's outrageous? I would really like to see him. Even that would help Americans. He said he would get our bills cut in half. Cut my electric bill in half, please, for the love of God. It'd be great timing. That alone would be amazing to help Americans. We know we're under this energy emergency crisis, whatever. So what exactly does that entail, and when do we see it play out? When do we see it in action? That's the kind of things people are struggling with. Or if we didn't have to go to the grocery store and know that, $100 will feed a family of 4 a couple of days at best. It's insane. You know it. I know it. Doesn't matter if you're a family of 4 or a single person. You know it. You see the prices. Those little things would definitely help. So I get why some people are impatient on some levels, and I get this, the battle side of it too. So we had a retarded government before Trump, not to sound like an ass, but I mean, look at this. Doge says children received $312 million in loans meant for small businesses during the COVID pandemic. I mean, what the actual hell? How does that happen? Unless a couple of kids actually applied for funding for their lemonade stands. It's just so corrupt. So freaking corrupt. So I hope they keep exposing things. I know they've hit some brick walls and what they're doing, but they're going strong and they need to keep at it. Doge revealed that over $300 million in COVID relief loans were granted to children. They continue to root out waste. They reported that the Small Business Administration made roughly 5,600 loans, totaling $312 million to debtors whose only listed owner was 11 years old or younger at the time of the loan. This is in 2020 and 2021. Yeah. Insane. Some of those people they're catching and they're having to pay back the people that applied for those loans under fraud. But, you know, here's where things get weird because these news stories are so back and forth and conflicting anymore. This says, more Trump success. Core consumer prices dip to the lowest level in almost 4 years as inflation eases. Nothing in my area has gone down. Gas is $2.99 a gallon, I think, but I know, can't be done instantly, but whew. But what I'm saying here with this reporting here, they're reporting how, you know, great things are getting, and this here is good news. GE Aerospace invests nearly $1 billion in U.S. manufacturing coming this year. They're going to be building factories, supply chain, and strengthen manufacturing, increase the use of innovative new parts and materials needed for the future of flight. This new investment is nearly double last year's commitment, and it'll hire around 5,000 U.S. workers this year. That's great news. And there's a lot of businesses coming back. We're going to see a manufacturing boom, and I know it's going to be amazing. And I know America is going to be stronger than it's ever been before, and it will look better than it's ever been before. Right now, we're still wiping the dust off our ass, you know. We've been getting knocked down for decades and getting screwed, and we're up on our feet, and we're trying. And by 2029, we might even have supersonic commercial planes, even though the first time they tried that, it didn't go so well. But yet, here in like Illinois, where I'm at, companies are announcing layoffs galore. 1,666 mass layoffs in February, 4 out of 5 impacting workers in Cook County. Schaumburg alone accounted for 1/3 of job losses. So in the States, it's still, we're still feeling it, okay? I know it will take time for these factories to get here, to be built, to be done, to be working, to be putting money into the flow of the economy. And I know how great it'll be because I watched these towns die when they got rid of the factories. But it's going to take time. Time we really, you know, there's maybe some other things they can do to ease up what we're struggling against while they finish this stuff. Canada announces additional tariffs on $20.7 billion of U.S. goods. Probably not the best move by Canada, but apparently they're bankrupt.
We have all heard by now that Canada has now filed for bankruptcy. Yes, they have filed for bankruptcy. What if the United States purchased Canada this way? Think about it. That's why we sit here and we question everything. Anyways, what are your guys' thoughts on this?
No, I don't think it would work that way. I don't think they would allow that to happen. It's different when the provinces are trying on their own to leave. And Greenland's going through the same thing. Greenland to get new government to lead an independence process. The two parties that came out on top both want Greenland to cut ties with Denmark. So there's some good news there for Greenlanders. Karine Jean-Pierre admitted on The View, allegedly, she had no direct contact with Biden or Harris. Receiving talking points minutes before press briefings, Whoopi quickly intervened, cutting to commercial. I didn't see this, but I did see this, that they went through his signatures on a lot of things, and they're all exactly the same. You know, every time you write your name, there's got to be some small differences. This is like, I mean, look at this. Every one is exactly the same. And they think it's just auto pen. Just, you know, somebody made a signature and then the computer just prints it over and over and over and over again. So, was Joe Biden ever president? I don't know. The Democratic Party is facing its doom, really, and I think it's looking at a point where it's about to try and reinvent itself. How is it going to go about doing that? I think they're going to try and play our game where they start trying to say, oh, look what this Republican's doing, and maybe turn on each other. Some are leaving the party, though. Gary Peters, Tina Smith, Jean Shaheen, announcer not seeking re-election this coming year. So it's not good for Democrats, obviously. And this woman, she had a lot to say about it.
Actually, people in my comments telling me that Jasmine Crockett is fighting for my civil rights. Bitch, I am an American. How is her fighting for illegals fighting for my civil rights? How is her voting for transgenders to play in women's sports fighting for my civil rights? Are y'all delusional? How is a woman that hates the country that our ancestors built through slavery fighting for my civil rights? She's fighting hard to destroy this country that my ancestors built for free. And you mean to tell me she's fighting for my civil rights? I don't think so, baby. And Booker T. Washington was so fucking right, and I hated to hear him say that when he said what he said about black people voting and black people being involved in politics. I have never saw fight so hard, a group fight so hard for the economic decline of the country that was built by my ancestors for free. And now I can get a piece of the pie? No. What my ancestors went through will not be in vain. Since y'all love identity politics so much. At this point, I'm convinced that if you still voting Democrat and you black, you are under a generational curse. It ain't working, boo-boo. It's time to switch it up. It is absolutely insanity for you to keep voting for the same exact thing and expecting different results. It ain't working, babe. Give it up. I literally used to go in there and just vote Democrat because I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Y'all don't do that. Don't be mean. Look that shit up.
I made friends with school shooters. I don't know what she's going on about there. No, I get it. There's another video I can't seem to find regarding that same subject, but we're going to move on. Kash Patel releases J6 documents that could blow up the pipe bomb hoax. Take a read here. Responding to a subpoena from U.S. House Republicans, FBI Director Kash Patel ordered the release of hundreds of documents related to the agency's J6 activities and the timely discovery of pipe bombs outside Democratic and Republican Washington, D.C. headquarters that month. Marshall Yates, the FBI Assistant Director, responded in a March 7th letter to lawmakers seeking information about the pipe bomb investigation, writing that the disclosure is a sign of good faith about efforts to, that's a new word for me, elucidate FBI activities for the public as a sign of good faith, pride in, that's good as far as that investigation goes, at least. I don't know if they're quite getting that kind of cooperation on all their investigations. I hear some loud music somewhere. Speaking of Kash Patel.
Hey guys, Jeremy Harrell here, LFA TV. I don't know if you heard this, but over the weekend, it was reported that Kash Patel, the new director of the FBI, he wants his own private third-party security team, who is primarily the ones responsible for keeping him safe. because he doesn't trust the security detail that is legally afforded to him from the Federal Bureau of Investigations. So I know there's a lot of people out there mad that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel didn't just hit the ground running with indictments and arrests, but I can tell you with 100% surety that they are working on these things. Be a little patient. It's been 7 weeks. Be patient. Let them get this stuff figured out. Because as of right now, Kash Patel can't even do his job properly because he's afraid of being assassinated from within the Bureau that he is appointed and confirmed to be the leader of. That's how bad it is. That was his first statement that he put out this weekend, that the leader of the FBI needs his own private security detail because he doesn't trust the upper echelon in the FBI and the people that are protecting him, that he's got the legal right to have as the director of the FBI. He doesn't trust them to keep him safe, or he doesn't trust them personally that they wouldn't take his own life. The second request that he had is he wants a direct line to President Trump. Now, typically, the FBI director there's a chain of command, and the FBI director is not legally, but traditionally, there's some space between the FBI director and the president. So there's no weaponization of government, Biden administration. But Kash Patel says, it's not that I don't trust Pam Bondi. It's that I don't trust the FBI and the DOJ as a whole. I want a direct, secure line, not a line that is going to be monitored or controlled or leaked out.
Some people do think it's all about him not trusting Pam Bondi. I can't speak to that, in all honesty.
To anybody for anything. I want my own secure line that only me and the President of the United States have access to. Because I need to be able to get information to the President without having anything interfere with that information. And he does not trust the people within the DOJ and the FBI to not sabotage that message that might be pertinent information that the president needs to take action on something. So that's how deep it is, ladies and gentlemen. More on this at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on LFA TV on Rumble.com and X, formerly known as Twitter. Check it out, LFATV.us, folks.
You're right,
Let's go.
Life student. Anyone working with the White House now should have security protection. And naturally, he does get protection, but I think he wants his own protection. I think Trump did something similar when he came into office. He didn't trust the people around him. There is going to be a blood moon on the 14th. So thought I'd point that out. Some extra stuff here real quick I want to show you before we get to our main topic, which is the murder of Jamie White, which goes to show exactly what you're saying. People do need protection. This guy's a reporter. Is it a move to intimidate the reporters and the people like me who are trying to get the truth out? It may be, and it may have something to do with Ukraine. We're going to look at it. We'll look at his last post before he died. A couple things I want to show you before we get started, though. This from Secretary Lutnick, kind of our economic vision.
Who cares? I tell you what, who cares? Donald Trump cares. And when we balance the budget, you know what that means? That means our deficits stop. Interest rates come smashing down. His goal is to have external revenue. You know, the way I think about it, we all are so used to paying taxes. We're so used to it. We have like Stockholm syndrome. You know, don't stop the Internal Revenue Service, God forbid. How about this? The rest of the world leans on our economy, breathes off our economy. Not only is our economy $29 trillion GDP, but we consume $20 trillion a year. We are the buyer of everybody's stuff. We buy everybody's stuff. So who's more important, the people who sell stuff or the people who buy stuff? So we are the buyer of everybody's commodities, products, goods and services. Everything comes from us, right? Let them pay a membership fee. We all understand that model. Let them pay. How about we, you and I, and every single person we know pay less? How about no tax on tips? How about no tax on overtime? How about no Social Security? How about all those things? These are the kind of thoughts.
Instead, we pay like $1 a month.
I know what his goal is. No tax for anybody who makes less than $150,000 a year. That's his goal.
No tax for anyone that makes less than $150,000 a year. It's logical. But I don't think he'll stop there. I don't think that people want to see him to stop there. There's a lot more to do, but good what he's saying there. We do buy all this stuff. It's very important. They can dick around with these tariff wars all they want. They're not going to get us to budge in that regard. I wanted to share this video with you. This video is a whole lot of weird. There's a couple different subjects.
This random actor just proved that you cannot trust the system anymore. Just watch.
Kooky liberals. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that lately.
Did you get a lot of that after Saturday Night Live? A lot of kooky liberals coming your way?
Well, I got a lot of blowback, as I knew I would.
Because you told the truth.
Well, yeah. So the movie goes like this. The biggest drug cartels in the world get together and buy up all the media and all the politicians and force all the people in the world to stay locked in their homes. And people can only come out if they take the cartel's drugs and keep taking them over and over. I threw the script away. I mean, who is going to believe that crazy idea?
He's been getting crucified after telling us the truth. But this is where things get weird because this human biologist is also getting attacked for telling us the same truth. Just watch.
Most people probably don't realize that they're walking around right now at about 55%, maybe 60% of their true state of normal. There is a nutrient, an amino acid, an element missing from their body that if they knew what it was, would make the difference between them being an average person and being a superhuman.
What supplement can I take? Don't end your sentence there, Gary.
So it's called L-theanine.
And I found this Shark Tank episode that completely proved everything he was saying. Just watch.
We used a blend of natural caffeine plus L-theanine and B6 and B12 vitamins in each piece. Each piece contains as much caffeine as half a cup of coffee.
How long does it take to be effective?
5 to 10 minutes. So the people who try our product really love it.
Ryan, I gotta tell you, I am so friggin' hyper right now.
This is what they were chewing on. It's called NeuroGum. So for reference, I'm a college athlete and I have to manage my classes, my workouts, my part-time job. And once it kicks in, it's legit like that movie Limitless. Everything on my list gets checked off. It's like nothing exists for like 4 hours. I will warn you though, this stuff isn't for everyone. Somebody found out Joe Rogan uses this stuff and they've been selling out immediately. But I'll try to link it. If you see something in like one of these corners, they may still have some left. I hope this helps.
L-theanine. I've never heard of it, to be honest with you. It kind of sounds fascinating, really. I do think we all are walking around at very low percentage, not just of our energy, but of our spirit, our vibration. Anyway, it's all right. Got a lot of stuff. We're gonna reference that. This video here that I'm gonna show you, before I show it to you, I want to point out not to believe it, I guess. Although I believe it's real. It's from the Trump team. This is the one I tried to talk about today on TikTok that got me booted off TikTok. But it's probably more of the stuff I said than what was said in this video. So I'm going to show you the video.
Guys, I just finished a show. Look at the room that they put me in. We're in Biden's fake Oval Office, everybody. And I've actually figured this out. I now know why. I now get it. Turn the camera around. There is a screen, teleprompter to the face. All I can say is the last administration was a disgrace.
So I should point out that's just her opinion. I kind of put it on TikTok like, oh my God, they found Biden's fake Oval Office, and then I put a little, text on the screen, and I labeled the name of the video Biden's fake Oval Office. That's probably what sealed the deal, and that video was up for about 45 seconds before they took it down. I'm like, where the fuck did my video go? And yeah, so I didn't know they were so over at TikTok. I didn't figure they cared, but I was wrong. So anyway, that's that video. I want to show you a couple more random videos here that I just came across today that I think are just kind of fun in nature before we get to talking about murder. And then at the end of the show, we will check out SG Anon's latest video. So check out this video.
And I won't go into too much detail, but he says, look, the sun's not going down. He says, you saw the sun come back up, right? Says, yeah. What's with that? He says, well, it's not going back down all night. You're going to see it off the left side, and it's going to come around off the nose, and by Honolulu tomorrow morning, it's going to be about 2 o'clock off the nose, and it'll be coming up. Really? What about the spin of the earth? And the captain over there in the co-pilot seat, he looked at me and says, spin? He says, the earth don't spin. You don't read your Bible? Now, that shut me up big time right there because I hadn't read the Bible ever, okay? So I didn't know what it said. Don't you read your Bible? Okay, great. You got my work cut out for me. So we get to Honolulu, and, the only thing that spun on me when we got to Honolulu was my head because I saw the sun all night. It didn't go down. The earth ain't spinning, and there's no curve. So I get out of the plane, and he says, oh, one more thing. He says, if the earth is supposed to be round, like they say, okay, it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's the math on the curvature. Go find it. Look for it and go find it. The first thing I did was I got up the next day, and I went out to the North Shore, and I was looking for Kauai, because I'd seen it before. And there it is, Kauai, 108 miles away. It's 5,400 feet high. So it's above, well, first of all, it should be below about 400 feet below the horizon. Okay. And I could see all the way to the beach on Kauai from 108 miles away. And so now here I am. I'm a bona fide flat earther because I can't deny it. I can't deny it. And see, that's the problem with flat earthers. They go out and look, and now they come back, and they're surrounded by globe heads, and they get the horse's ass laughter. They get, you're a flat earther.
I know people hate that subject. I hate that subject too because somebody's lying about it. But I thought an opinion of a pilot would be interesting to show you. Don't ask me if I believe if the earth is round or flat because I don't know. And I'm not going to answer you because I really don't care if it's round or flat. But I'm getting to an interesting point here that connects to this whole, people talk about 2 timelines and stuff. I'm going to get to that. Just hang tight.
I say that the world is round and someone else says it's flat. That's worth reporting.
Should we still debate whether the earth is flat?
Like they used to think the sun went around the earth. Everybody say that scientist. Well, he's so smart.
Other science refuted it.
Right, but back then, everybody at that time thought that guy was smart. Why at this time do we think that the earth goes around the sun?
There's an overwhelming science that the earth was flat, and there was an overwhelming science that
you learn over time.
We were the center of the world.
You're just taking an authority's word for it, and all we're saying is be skeptical. Sure. And while you're being skeptical, there's a bunch of evidence that's totally against the mainstream version. And while you're being skeptical and looking at that evidence, you start compiling more and more of the evidence until you become like me, you know the truth. I don't believe the earth is flat and motionless. I know it is.
There was a lot of things that I thought I knew that now suddenly turned out to be completely different.
They can't just impose stuff on us. They have to tell us about it and wait for our consent. And silence is considered consent. If the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that.
Okay, I know you don't want to watch that the whole time, so I'm going to get to the point I was making. This little video here is pretty interesting.
Turns out what the ancients were trying to tell us is that Earth is actually made up of two planets, one 6,000 years old and the other 4.5 billion years old. And these two Earths are of different energy states. One is a very high energy state, one a low energy state. In the scriptures, they're called a spirit Earth and a temporal Earth. One day, this day, right now, 21st century, they would come apart.
Well, what do you mean come apart? Physically?
Yes, physically, the higher vibrational Earth would become dissident with the lower vibrational Earth, and they would separate, just like a human spirit separates from the human body. Earth is about ready to either go through birth or go through death.
You're not predicting that planet Earth is going to split physically, are you?
Not split down the middle. It's more like phase apart. Two whole planets will go separate ways in space. One higher vibrational, one lower vibrational.
Literally?
Yes.
What does that do to all of us on this planet?
All of us, obviously, are going to be divided. We are going to choose which Earth to go with. The ones that will align themselves with the higher vibration or spiritual Earth will become unaware of the darker and more temporal and more murderous spirits. And they will remain with their respective Earth.
I found that fascinating because it lines up precisely with Jetson White's theory. If you've never seen Jetson White, go check out his channel on YouTube. You can start with the Trump time travel series. He's an interesting dude, a patriot. He puts out really good stuff. A lot of it's hard to understand at times. You got to watch it a few times, but and one more quick news story before we move on to the InfoWars reporter
is facing major criticism this morning after a video posted this weekend appears to show an executive talking about manipulating insurance rates. This video was released by the O'Keefe Media Group, created by James O'Keefe. He is the founder of the Project Veritas, a right-wing activist organization known for secretly recording videos. And what appears to be one of those secretly recorded videos, the executive says they would threaten to cancel policies in the Golden State if the State Department of Insurance would not let them raise rates.
It's disturbing that State Farm would use a threat of non-renewing homeowners as a political strategy to pressure the department to get these rate increases approved.
State Farm issued a response today saying in part these assertions are inaccurate and in no way represent the views of State Farm, adding the individual in the video is no longer affiliated with State Farm.
Well, happening today, a discussion on possible...
You know, I worked in health insurance at one point, but State Farm, they are a pain in the ass to deal with. I'm not even kidding. All right, so we'll turn to murder of Jamie White, the InfoWars reporter. It's really a disturbing story that how this went down and happened, and that this is something we still have to take concern over. People attributed it to this post particularly, possibly. I'm on the Ukrainian enemies list due to my work at InfoWars and with Real Alex Jones on the Ukraine proxy war. The group who compiled this list is tied to the U.S. State Department, USAID, CIA, and George Soros. So this is kind of a list of enemies of the Ukrainian people, and he turns up dead right afterwards. So anyway, we're going to look further into this story, and yeah, I'll be in the chat.
I'm Sally Hernandez. Police on the scene in East Austin at Douglas Street and Old Torf Street. A 911 call came in just before midnight last night. Bear Tryon has been there for us within the last few hours to figure out exactly what police are saying from that investigation. Good morning.
Police really releasing few details about what happened overnight, but this is what we do know right now. Police say they actually found the victim here in the parking lot of this apartment complex. EMS ended up taking that man to the hospital where he later died. Right now, police will not say exactly if he was shot or stabbed, only saying that he had obvious trauma. Homicide detectives still on scene, as I mentioned this morning, collecting evidence. We've seen also a lot of activity in a second floor apartment where they've been taking evidence bags out. Right now, police say they do not have any information about a suspect, and they're asking if you know something about that to contact them. You can also remain anonymous using Crime Stoppers.
The afternoon of Monday, March 10th, 2025, and I come to the InfoWars family of viewers and listeners into the world with some really horrible news. There are a lot of really cool people that have worked at InfoWars over the years, and one of the most amazing people was Jamie White. You know him as a great reporter and researcher. He was up here last night working late during the Sunday show and after it. And we even have his last post on X where he responded to Elon Musk. Jamie was murdered last night outside of his home, just a few miles away from our studios. And we are the folks here breaking that news first because his family has been notified, and his good personal friends here that were very close to Jamie have talked to his folks and family. We sent some people over this morning when he didn't answer the phone because he's always here early, loves to work, loves to fight tyranny, loves to promote freedom. And when they got to the apartment complex, there was yellow tape everywhere and blood all over the parking lot. And we went and talked to the manager. They didn't know anything. Just like everybody else we see in the left, they just very laissez-faire. But our crew member saw a police officer and went and talked to them, and they made a phone call, and she had the details when she talked to him and knew Jamie. And the police officer said, yes, he died at the hospital very soon after they got him there. The police responded within 2 minutes, and they had him at the hospital where he was pronounced dead within 18 minutes. Just want to say the police did a great job in the response time, despite, I'm going to talk about in a moment who I hold responsible for this and who is responsible for this and who are accomplices to Jamie and so many others' murder and so many others that have been raped and mugged. Heard me on air talk about how the crime is very, very bad here in Austin. Any leftist city is, and just exploded the last 4 years. But let me just tell you what happened to Jamie. What we know so far, his last post on X was 16 hours ago. Elon Musk was talking about leftists saying that if they see Cybertrucks, they're going to attack them and physically attack them and put a rock through their windshield. That's now actually happening, and they're burning down the Tesla dealerships and shooting them up, and they're celebrating on corporate news. Elon responded and said, yeah, why are liberals so violent? Legacy media propaganda is a major part of the problem. I'm not saying a leftist killed Jamie, but the point is there's a lot of push for violence. Jamie White reposted Elon Musk's comment in the story, and that's the last thing we know that he ever probably did in his journalistic career. There's Jamie's X account. I've sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Original gangster, Thomas Jefferson. And, I mean, I'll just say it. Jamie was our best writer and reporter. They're all great, but they all said he was the best. I mean, there's others that are almost as good, but not as good as Jamie. And he wrote 6-7 articles yesterday, posted all this news, did all this great research, gave us information for the show, assisted us in what we were doing. And I came in this morning, the crew looked really upset, and they said Jamie didn't come in. And so we sent one of the crew down there, and didn't look good. And then they didn't even want to tell me yet that the cops had said, no, it was Jamie White. We were the first to learn We waited until the afternoon until the family's been told. You saw a little clip from the newscast about this in the early morning hours, and it's just become so routine. And then when somebody like Daniel Penny defends a group of people on a train, these leftist DAs throw them in prison. We'll get to that in a moment. We have one even worse than Alvin Bragg here in Austin, if you can believe that. Recognized as probably the worst in the country, an actual communist. They love the chaos. It's their Cloward and Piven. We'll get to that in a moment. Because Jamie would want us to talk about this. And I'm going to talk to the family again a little bit later and see if we can help out, hopefully, with any of the expenses and maybe do a give, send, go or something. Austin Police Department officers responded to a high-priority emergency call at approximately 11:57 p.m. Sunday night. The call was shoot, stab, hot shot, which refers to a high-priority potential life-threatening call involving possibility of an active shooter or stabbings. Officers arrived about 2 minutes later and found a male victim, obvious signs of trauma, according to APD Public Information Officer Leah Ratliff. Officers attempted life-saving measures before the victim was transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead at approximately 12:19 a.m. Monday morning. Homicide detectives are actively investigating the incident, which marks Austin's 8th homicide of the year. Authorities have not released information about potential suspects or specific nature of the victim's injuries. This is pretty early on in the investigation, and the homicide unit will be releasing more information as they're able, Ratliff said during a media briefing. Well, we've talked to the police off record. We know more. I'm going to reveal that right now. Multiple police officers we've talked to, detectives, said off record that we said, we're really sick of this, we're tired of this, and they said we are too. We have had in the last few years our funding for crime scene people and responders cut back massively. They made the biggest cuts in areas that deal with violent crime, as we know from the news, but this was them telling us, and that they will bust really hardened people with huge rap sheets committing serious crimes, robberies, armed robberies, and that the Austin DA, who, despite all the pressure and everything, is very proud of himself. Soros put him in on record, financed his run, does nothing. In fact, they just intensify it to the point the governors had to put the state police in to Austin just to try to deal with it. And then the state police really don't know anything but writing tickets, so they just write tickets. And I've been really talking about that being a very, very sad thing. But everybody's homes and cars are being broken into. I was talking to Rob Dew, who got home Saturday night at about 11:30. I said, you're lucky you live out in the country, in a nice area. He said, actually, we pulled up. There was a truck parked at the end of the street with its lights on. He said to his wife, Trish, they're probably going to break into cars. And they did break into cars that night. They learned from the neighbors. They parked their car in the garage. So this is what's going on in this country. And almost everyone I know has had family that have died or been brain damaged from fentanyl. I mean, this is all the open border. This is all releasing the hardened criminals. And, to read it in the news and have it happen to your friends and things is really just the tip of the iceberg when you start experiencing the left persecuting people that actually protect their fellow humans. And when you see the Soros DAs in control of over 800 jurisdictions protecting serious narcotics gangs and human trafficking gangs, and when you see different feds in ICE calling and warning some of those violent gangs in the world that there's ICE raids coming. Pam Bondi and others are reporting that they are preparing to indict some of these people. But there's so many communist traitors in the government that they're having to do polygraphs now to find out who's doing it. This is a crisis. And again, defunding the police, all of this is meant to destabilize and collapse society, Cloward and Piven. So here's one of the headlines about Jamie's murder. Austin police investigating Southeast Austin homicide. Austin City Council cuts police department budget by 1/3, mainly through reorganizing some duties out from law enforcement oversight. So they didn't just cut the police by 1/3, they turned them into social workers, the other ones. Austin mayor caught lying about police defunding after it happened and a bunch of murders happened. He said they didn't do it when they did. He did press conferences bragging. Inside the district attorney's campaign, tort reform, the Austin Police Department, he just wants people to sue the department when they actually defend people. He goes after police, throws the book at him, or when a veteran driving a lift gets armed, has somebody point a gun at him, he shoots and kills him. They throw him in prison, had to be pardoned. But this is Jose Garza, who literally in Zoom meetings calls other city employees comrades. So just look at this guy. He's doing exactly what he was put in by Soros to do. And I lay all of this squarely at the feet of these DAs and of the Soros crime syndicate and of the Democratic Party. They are the ones that administratively cut the police, prosecute the police in even cases that are 100% clear to be lawful, legal activities. And then you wonder why we can't get enough police and there's giant shortages, and you wonder why the quality goes down. But despite that, despite Austin being a war zone at night in many areas, the police were there in 2 minutes. It got him to the hospital in just 15, 20, and then he was pronounced dead there. So that's service. But you can't do your job when you don't have enough people. And as President Trump pointed out, and as Tom Homan pointed out and others, they gutted the Border Patrol, ICE, all of it. I don't know if any legal did this, but you have so many illegals committing crimes that takes away the resources. And you've got the other gangbangers that know that a very small percentage of murders are now even being solved. Now, the police did tell us that they have some suspects, and I'm going to leave it at that. They didn't want to tell us whether it was a stabbing or a shooting. I can just tell you that from the amount of blood I heard, it was serious. They were there scrubbing his blood off the ground when our folks got there. And if any listeners asked us why we didn't get any video of it, we're not going to just use at that point. It's too emotional. The InfoWars crew is really torn up right now, and most of the reporters didn't even ask, but we sent them home. But I appreciate the crew that stayed here so we can get this information out. My condolences go to the family. Your son was and is an amazing person, and we're so proud of the work that Jamie did, and we are so proud of the work he did continuing on as we try to stabilize the country and cut the crime and stop world war. And we really appreciate your son. We really appreciate your brother. And I don't want to say he'll be missed because he's always going to be with us. He's a good man. And it's just a reminder of us how serious the stakes are, and that the individuals that are running our society administratively are engaged in just vicious, vicious policies. I mean, you could say Soros and these DAs defunding the police 4 years ago didn't know what they were doing, but of course they did. And then same thing in Europe. But now that it gets worse and worse and worse, they know exactly what they're doing. And they're trying to make life miserable. They're trying to break our morale and will. But Jamie was such an upbeat guy, so positive, such a beautiful soul, and his soul lives on forever, and we know it's in God's hands. So from myself and the entire InfoWars crew, we'll put Jamie's X account back up. Hopefully we can get the codes to it and give it to his family. I know Elon doesn't let people, and it makes sense, continue on an X account when somebody's deceased because it's a personal account, but maybe the family gets involved. We can make a memorial for crime victims and use the fact of his advocacy for crime victims, which was a big thing he did, and exposing the incredible. I mean, I remember just a few months ago talking to Jamie about an article he written about crime exploding under Biden, and just him shaking his head and just saying it's terrible. And just yesterday, I was telling my family and everybody needs to start carrying guns. If you don't know how to use a gun, everybody needs to get a gun. And you're not going to be protected in 800 plus cities and jurisdictions the Democrats run. They're monsters. And so to the globalist, and the same thing's happening in Europe and other areas, you murdered Jamie White. You opened the door. You created the climate. You created the conditions on purpose. George Soros, Alexander Soros, you murdered Jamie White. Joe Biden, you murdered Jamie White. Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries, Al Green, you murdered Jamie White. And we're not going to forget him. And we're not going to forget last Tuesday during Trump's address to Congress how you wouldn't stand for the little black boy who's been battling cancer for 5 years and had 13 brain surgeries. You wouldn't stand for Laken Riley's family when she got kidnapped tortured and murdered, you wouldn't stand for her. You sat there like a bunch of demons because that's what you are. And you know exactly what you're doing. You're at war with this country. Ilhan Omar, all of you. You're the ones that support this. Governor Tim Walz, defunding the police. Cities burned down. His wife saying, I love the smell of burning tires. Open the windows up while people are getting killed. These are sick, degenerate, evil people that know what they're doing. And they, aided and abetted, they are accomplices to the murder of a great American and InfoWars longtime veteran reporter, Jamie White. And I know what Jamie would want. I'm going to talk to the family, but we should not just drop this and dust ourselves off and forget about Jamie or all the other victims. It needs to be Jamie White's dad or sister at the State of the Union. And President Trump needs to point his finger at the Austin scumbag DA and say, you little monster, you are responsible. Jose Garza, just as much as the person or people that murdered our reporter. He won't be coming home to his family again. He won't get to live out the rest of his life. Now, cut short a young man because of you communist globalist scum. And I promise this to Jose Garza and the rest of the occupational government we've got here in Austin, Texas. We're going to take our country back peacefully. And you're going to be held responsible civilly and criminally if I have anything to do with it. And I'm asking President Trump and Elon Musk to look at this case because it's so important. A journalist, a patriot, murdered, literally murdered by the Soros government and the Democratic Party right here in Austin, Texas. God bless you all, and God bless Jamie White.
So that in loving memory of Jamie White, God bless his memory. It's pretty sad. Somebody out fighting the truth and just trying to get answers should be nobody's enemy. And yet that's not how it is. As I said in the chat, even with small radio stations, TV, you get stalkers and odd situations. These guys are, reporter for InfoWars. I don't necessarily know yet that that's what made him a target, but it's probably the exact reason. It's a sad story, though, and we won't forget, and we'll keep watching, and hopefully somebody's held responsible, and the police will put together what happened. So now we're going to check out this latest episode with SG Anon. Still hasn't been much from the Patriots lately. I haven't seen much, but this is supposed to be a good episode. We'll check out, and if we have time afterwards, there's a movie we might check out, The Greatest Show on Earth. Can't remember if we've watched that here before or not, but I don't know. Let's get to it. Let's start with SG.
Good afternoon, Patriots, and welcome to the 148th audio chat on the Q News Patriot Rumble Channel series. I am the Q News Patriot, joined again today by medical expert and patriot Dr. Dan Cohen. My name is SG Anon. One of the things that each of us are learning as we progress forward in the Great Awakening that is sweeping across the developed world currently is that a great many of our so-called areas of expertise are in fact incomplete or in need of outright correction. And nowhere is this more true than in the discussion surrounding our physical human bodies. When one fully appreciates, for example, the vast array of abilities and traits that our bodies possess, it is easy to see that we possess the apex example of functional and sentient creation here in this reality we call life. But what if those functionalities and endowments of the human form don't stop with our 5 physical senses? Here to talk about this is nationally recognized medical researcher and expert Dr. Dan Cohen, a board-certified neurologist and a successful entrepreneur who we've had on the show once before, and who has more than just a few things to say on the spiritual side of modern medicine and human anatomy. It's my honor to have him back. Dr. Cohen, thank you again for joining us on the show.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm happy to be here.
Well, I have to say, I'm really very excited to have this discussion today. You know, one of the things that you and I have spoken about in a couple of private conversations with respect to the human body is that the human body itself has abilities and seems to suggest the capability for much broader interfacing and much broader and full satisfying experience as we go through life and as we live our lives. Before we get into that, if we could, since it's been a while since you've been on the show, do you mind to give us a quick brief refresher of Dr. Dan Cohen and some of the work you've done and how you came to the spiritual interpretation of the human body?
Sure. Well, my interest in the human body and the mental capabilities and sort of spiritual integration aspect began when I was about 15, believe it or not. So it was quite a long time ago. And I was always intrigued by the concept of brain versus mind. You know, the Western thought has always been that mind is derived solely from brain. And I just always had a difficult time believing that that was the truth. And so that caused me to move into medicine, become a physician. And I had a decision to make. Do I want to become a neurologist or a psychiatrist? And quite frankly, it became an easy decision. I decided that, you know what, let me start out with the basics, the actual brain itself, understand the circuitry, how it all works. And, you know, then I'll tackle the mind aspect of it after that. And so I did. I became a board certified neurologist. And then surprisingly, I moved right into business because neurology was difficult in the sense that we mainly made diagnoses that we couldn't do that much about in terms of the therapy. So I figured I would go into research and develop medical equipment, which I did. We made the first automated brainwave monitor to be used during high-risk surgery. Then we moved into pioneering the whole field of automated sleep diagnostics. We then moved into consumer packaged goods and launched products like the Breathe Right nasal strip and Fiber Choice, and ultimately sold that business to GlaxoSmithKline. And then I was able to start my research on what I was originally interested in, which was brain versus mind. And as part of that, I wanted to solve one of medicine's biggest problems, which is chronic stress, because chronic stress either worsens or causes 75 to 90% of all medical conditions. And so I always thought that somebody should really try to tackle this problem because it's such an issue that so many of us suffer from, and ultimately causing serious diseases and, you know, resulting in death. And so we started on that project, and it took us many years to create equipment that would actually remediate this problem. And at the same time, we realized that this also had very, very significant spiritual ramifications. And when you think about it, it kind of makes sense that the part of the brain that would give you the greatest degree of relaxation, you know, stress-free life, is also, it would be tied into that area, which would provide you with more, let's say, spiritual energy or acceptance of that energy. And that's exactly what we found out, that we developed a magnetic frequency generator controlled by a wearable, and that at a specific small range of frequencies, and it depended a little bit on the individual, but the range was very small, it would literally confer profound relaxation. And what we also observed were spiritual changes and people that could, you know, perceive that. And actually we developed, or we had a way to measure the changes, that it was all observable scientifically as well as from gifted individuals. So that sort of, you know, has been the path over, you know, my lifetime.
Very powerful. So there's always been an interest then in the underlying drivers behind disease itself and just general unwellness. Am I to understand that correctly?
Absolutely. That's absolutely been the driving force. That plus the whole concept of how do we evolve spiritually so that we can tap into some of what we consider to be the mysteries of life. I mean, we've heard about different individuals that had these incredible capabilities. Are we all capable of such things?
It's really interesting that you should bring that up. That reminds me of the story of Jesus the Christ when he said, "Greater things than this shall ye also do." And of course, we look at the historic record and the example, and we know without a doubt that this was, the Son of God here in the world who taught us how to live a different way. But if I'm to understand, then what you're suggesting is perhaps part of those teachings or teachings akin to that or similar to that, we're also trying to pass along more literal wisdom. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a physician and a scientist, but I wholly believe that Jesus existed and that he had these, what we consider now, miraculous capabilities. I don't for a second doubt that. And I think that we're getting to a point in science where we're actually going to be able to corroborate that these things are real and that we all have these capabilities to an extent, obviously not at the level of Jesus, but that over, let's say, lifetimes, that this is something that we all strive to achieve.
Incredible. So if I can then, Dr. Cohen, with respect to that, what are some of the capabilities, if I can be so brash, or potential indications that your life's work has shown you as being possible for the human being?
Well, I've had, several interesting events occur in my life that sort of point to there's a lot more than what we think our physical bodies and brain can accomplish. Getting back to brain versus mind, for instance, I believe that using our brain, we develop beliefs. And due to life's events that we each experience, we also develop coping strategies. And there's a fundamental belief that almost everybody develops, at a deep level that nobody really wants to acknowledge. And that's a deep feeling and belief that we're not good enough, that we're unlovable. And that's a core belief that is held by the ego. But our spiritual self doesn't believe that at all. And so there's this duality taking place within each of us where we mostly operate from an egoic standpoint, and it's having that ability to incorporate more of our spiritual self into our lives to help us to really solve that riddle of, am I lovable? Am I good enough? And it's that spiritual energy that can help us overcome that false belief.
So really the predication then for the argument, if I'm to understand correctly, is that the concepts that we have about our own form, about our own person, about our own personality and identity and who we are here in the world have some sort of direct effect on not only the capabilities that we have as human beings, but even on the physiological functions of our bodies.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, what you believe often becomes what occurs. And most people have this belief that they aren't good enough, and therefore it definitely affects their state of mind. Whether they increase their anxiety or they're somewhat depressed. So, but right away, having that feeling that I'm not good enough also makes us defensive. And so we develop coping strategies. And you'll see that they fall into two groups typically. There's one group where when somebody's criticized, they just sort of submit. And so they suppress it. And then there's another group that projects and immediately says, no, that's not my fault, or I'm not like that, you are. So, but they're both instances are just coping strategies. It's how we cope with, criticism, disappointment, whatever negative emotion we experience, that's what comes about. And these things also manifest physically, because, if you're depressed or if you're anxious, you cause a lot of problems for yourself in terms of manifestations from the autonomic nervous system, that fight or flight, that takes over. And so there's an imbalance versus, rest and digest. And so you're in chronic stress, which again creates such a disease state, a predisposition. On the other hand, if you accept, and if you understand how to bring in more of that spiritual energy, you're going to be residing, instead of fight or flight, in that other mode of rest and digest. It doesn't mean you're just going to sit there and relax and eat. What it does mean is you're not going to be stressed, and you're going to be able to experience greater fullness in life and greater appreciation for what you actually can achieve, and not have to work through your defense mechanisms or coping strategies. So there's, a tremendous difference in terms of, what you experience, how you respond to that, and a level of acceptance that is more likely to occur if you can accept that you are not your ego and those false beliefs, but indeed, if you can identify that, you do have, call it what you want, a spiritual nature, a predisposition to be more Christ-like, which I think the two are the same in my mind, then it's a different outlook on life. And in time, that will manifest differently and also produce greater health.
Really very powerful. There's a lot of different ways I could go with my next couple of questions based on that segment. One of the things that you said really, really interesting is that you are not your ego. I think a lot of us out there have, an understanding from a baseline psychological point of view that we are the bodies that we're in, that we are, the thoughts that we think, because we have the ability to think those thoughts, that we are a sort of jumbled makeup of our preferences, our internal desires, and indeed beliefs about certain things. But your statement almost hints at the fact that may not be true. Do you mind to dive just a little bit more on the concept of we are not our ego? And if so, what are we?
Yeah, and that is the fundamental question. Okay. I'd say 99.9% of people identify with their egoic self, because that's what they're familiar with. You're born with this brain. The brain encounters, circumstances. It develops beliefs, and it's easy to then think of yourself along those lines. Okay. And if you think of the brain like a computer, it stores things, it can process things, you create your own software in terms of how you're going to respond. And most of the software we create revolves around those coping strategies I mentioned. Well, it's easy to fall into the trap of saying, that's who I am. I am my beliefs. And I think the way to look at this is that certainly is true to an extent when you look at the lower mind. Okay, so that's one aspect of mind, which does come from the brain. But I would say that we also have what I would phrase at this point a higher mind. And the higher mind, for me, is what I would call my spiritual self. And that's the part of you that is more in touch with divinity. Okay, however you want to define divinity. And the way in which I try to use my lower mind, in my egoic self, my brain, is to use that to think of questions. Okay. And then I let it rest, and I ask my higher mind to provide the answer. So in other words, think about the questions, but then become receptive and accepting of what your higher mind then communicates. And there's really an easy way to start that process. And that is, before you go to bed, think of what you want to know, and then let that come to you. And many times you'll wake up and you'll have the answer. And, and we should talk a little bit about thinking versus knowing, because the two are very, very different.
Absolutely fascinating. So leading right off of that, then, if you don't mind to give us a short summary between thinking and knowing, I'm going to sort of take a spitball at it here. So thinking may be the process by which we problem solve or exercise our conscious cognition, but knowing, I guess, is, from what you're saying, is potentially quite different and happens maybe even in a different part of the human body. Is that fair?
Yes, I think you did a great job of sort of drawing out the difference, and you open up a number of possibilities in terms of discussion. The way I like to look at it is, thinking is a mental process, okay, and it does happen in the brain itself. On the other hand, knowing is a felt sense. Okay. It's not a thinking sense, it's a felt sense. And I think you feel it throughout your body, not just, it's not a mental thing. It's like, you've heard of the expression gut feel, like this feels wrong. So you're making a judgment or a decision based upon how your body feels about what it is you're thinking. All right. And a lot of people practice that. And I think that's extremely healthy, because that's a better test. I think you're more likely to make the right decision if it feels right to you. All right. But if you accept this kind of distinction, then again, it gets back to, don't think necessarily to come up with an answer. You might, you might have the right answer, but even if you want to think that way to come up with an answer, go back to your body and feel it. But if you can't get an answer through thinking, think of the question that you're trying to answer, and then just go to the body and feel it.
That sort of leads right into the next segment I've got on this, and this has just been a really interesting conversation up to this point, Dr. Cohen. Thank you for that. But the Christian seer Edgar Cayce, an early 20th century prophet, and someone who's been known for an inordinate amount of accuracy in some of the things that he has said, which have come to pass, viewed the concept of the spirituality of the body, the feelingness of the body that you just talked about a moment ago, as happening by way of swirling energy centers that encompassed a great deal of the main core frame. In other words, sort of akin to the chakra system that's described in the Eastern schools. And he also said that this flow of the flow of these swirling centers of energy within inside the human form actually happened from the top down into the human body, rather than from the traditional view of the bottom up. Do you mind to take a little bit of the work and research that you've done on this particular issue and help me understand more about this concept of energy centers and chakras being a part of the human body form?
Yeah, I think Edgar Cayce is right. I read a number of his books, and they're quite fascinating and informative. If you ask me, how do you self-identify? I'd say I identify more with that energetic self than with my physical body. Okay, and which is a departure from the way most people think of themselves. So, in other words, the real me is that energetic aspect, and it interfaces with this body. In other words, it has been given this host body to inhabit, to experience, the world as it is, in essence, to learn. I view the human existence and the world as a school. You know, we're here to learn through the experiences of the body and to interpret it through the limited mind of the body, but also, you know, that entity, which is you, is experiencing all of that. And that's how it goes to school. It learns through that experience. And these energy centers that, you know, you're right, they're called chakras. I really don't know what that really stands for, but it does describe these cone-like energetic structures that are proximate to different aspects of the body. And then there's a number of others that are not directly connected to the body. These have different functions, and I think they serve as a bridge between what we are as spiritual beings and the physical body and how it operates. So I think the energetic self is what we should think of as primarily what we are, and the body is a host, a vehicle. And I think a lot of disease, for instance, starts with circulation problems in the energy, and that ultimately manifests as diseases in the body, in the physical body. So it's really an energetic problem that then gets manifest as a physical illness.
That's really very powerful and interesting, and sort of speaks to, you know, what the book of Acts described in the 2nd chapter about the Holy Spirit descending in tongues of fire upon their heads. You know, I have to say, Dr. Cohen, I'm taken aback by some of the conversation here today, not in a negative way, but just in a very thoughtful way, because it seems to speak to the reality that we are, in fact, multidimensional beings, and that there are certain ways by which we can measure this. We know, for example, that electromagnetism affects how our bodies work at an unseen level. We look at things like 3G, 4G, 5G, various harmful frequencies. There's been experiments that have been done on water with respect to sound frequencies, which is sort of in a different vein, but a similar flavor of the same discussion. Is this a fair characterization of the view that you have as well, after a number of years of research and looking into this, and a number of years in board certified neurology?
Yeah, I think, I mean, coming at it from my own work, independent of neurology, I definitely wholeheartedly agree with what you just said. And I think that as a neurologist, one of the things that was, you know, problematic in that training was a total unacceptance of this aspect of higher mind or spiritual self. And despite the fact that there's a certain disease state that neurologists would encounter, and they would take care of patients with this, and there were certain phenomenon that were exhibited, and the medical community would totally ignore it and not even try to explain it. And these patients suffered from a sleep disorder called narcolepsy, and narcoleptics have they have sleep attacks during the day where they get so tired that they just have to, you know, either rest or typically fall asleep. They have other symptoms as well, things called cataplexy, where, you know, with strong emotion, they lose muscle tone, you know, full body or partial. They have sleep onset dream sleep, which most people don't have. And they also have what's called sleep paralysis. They wake up in the middle of the night and from a dream, and the part of the brain that causes literally paralysis during a dream, that would still be active. So those were the cardinal manifestations in making the diagnosis of narcolepsy. But there was a 5th symptom that the medical community would not acknowledge, and that was these people also very often had what are called out-of-body experiences. Their consciousness would move away from the body, and typically they would all have an initial experience with that where they would be able to view themselves, but yet they felt that they were up on the ceiling, but they could see their body as though they're outside of it. And indeed, they were. Their consciousness was outside of their body. And in 2008, the medical community decided to redefine that symptomatology, and they called it hallucinations and delusions. Yet no physician ever treated, their patients with antipsychotics like a schizophrenic who has those kinds of problems. So there was a little bit of a sort of a discrepancy there. But one of my favorite neurology professors, he had a support group for narcoleptics. And he would always tell the people to come in at a particular time. And what he would do is, after everybody was in there, he would go hide outside the door so they couldn't see him. And he would listen in on all their conversations. And once all these people got together, they would all be discussing their out-of-body experiences and what they were having. And as soon as he walked into the room, because he was a medical doctor, they would all shut up. So there was a stigma, for having these kinds of phenomenon. But it's when you really think about it, if you're a physician and you're hearing these stories from people, and a lot of these people, let's say, they don't necessarily know one another. Narcolepsy is not a common condition, and if you hear the same story from many people, they're coming to you for help. Why would they lie about something that's so peculiar? Why did the medical profession, and still does, ignore this vital piece of information that can give us so much more insight into our mind? I mean, if you can perceive yourself from out, and these people, when they're out of body, they can travel anywhere. It's a thought and they're gone. And by the way, you mentioned multidimensional. When you're out of body, there is no sense of time. You think about a minute has passed and you could be out of body for an hour. And we've got an opportunity to study this in much more detail. And I was fortunate enough, that the technology that we have now integrates spiritual self with the body, but the predicate technology did the opposite. People that were predisposed to have an out-of-body experience did so with that technology. And a very close friend of mine, every time he got on that technology, which we don't sell at this point, he would have an out-of-body experience. And he and I experimented for years. We did over 2,000 sessions together doing experiments as to what he would perceive and what could he do when he was out of body. So I think it's a fascinating issue, that whole out-of-body experience stuff, and why has it not been scientifically explored?
It almost speaks to the idea that the human body, our conscious awareness here in the world, is not the originator of our consciousness. And that if that is so, then perhaps the consciousness of God, what we might call the super consciousness, what I call the Holy Spirit of all things, and it is the Holy Spirit in my opinion, it may be that is the originator of not only consciousness in our conscious form, but also our reality itself. Is that an overstatement?
No, I agree with everything you just said. I think that's absolutely true. And I think, if you go back to, what you talked about in terms of, Eastern culture and the concept of chakras, there's in that structural formation, because the chakras, the ones that there's one at the very base, at the very bottom of your spine, and that is a cone that faces downward. And then there's the crown chakra that goes upward. All the other chakras sort of have a front and a back. Okay. And then they meet, right in front of the spine. And what they're meeting at is what's called, just what you called it, it spirit. It's a spirit line. In Ayurvedic medicine, it's called the Hara line. But it's a white column of spiritual energy that goes right in front of the spine, up and down. It's infinite. It goes right out the crown chakra and down, through the root chakra into the earth. And that, I think you referenced it as sort of the primary, what did you call it? The divine energy. I think that's what each of us has in us. We all have that. And I think that is the root of consciousness.
You know, this conversation, Dr. Cohen, has powerful implications for why the deep state bureaucratic apparatus would seek to subvert the human anatomy and create disease with things like, you know, glyphosate and other additives that have later been proven out to be, you know, categorically harmful that have been in our intake supply certainly over the last 100 years or so, but I contend even back much further than that. With respect to that, I'm going to move into our final segment of questions here, and that deals with, you know, stepping back into that power, understanding that we do have that access that is available to us. You know, my lens, my own personal lens, is that comes through the acceptance of, you know, Jesus Christ, and understanding that is, you know, the sacrifice, if you will, that's been made for us, and in order to allow us to come back into that mode of agreement. With your understanding and your background of things, you know, and feel free to be as personal or as impersonal as you'd like to be, but what is the measure? What is the proscription, if you will, for coming back into alignment with who we really are as divine beings?
Yeah, I think you have to accept the premise first that, you know, at least there's the possibility of it. Okay. I mean, remember, this is really who and what we are. And therefore, if the individual acting from the egoic standpoint will open their minds and say, you know what, this could be true. And I would like to be able to experience more. In other words, adopt that attitude that, you know, please show me that this is the case. I think most of the time that energy will find a way to manifest such that people can increase their awareness of it, their belief in it, and experience it to a greater extent. And then people start to change accordingly. And as they change, they're more open to receiving more of that divinity. And so I think on a practical level, that's, you know, very, very important. I mean, some people, you know, approach it in ways, whether it be prayer or meditation, you know, and that can be done to accelerate the process. I mean, you know, on a personal level, you know, I pray at least a couple times a day. I tried to be a meditator many times in my life, but I got a skinny butt, and so the idea of sitting there in the lotus position just didn't cut it. You know, it was just too much pain. But you know, I really did want to pursue, you know, some form of practice. And I ended up, that was part of the impetus to make the technology that we have today, is to be able to accelerate the meditative experience, because it's a game changer in my mind.
Absolutely powerful. And honestly, based on the process that you were just describing there, it almost seems like, you know, we could summarize, if we were to try and assign the reason for or the basis for having the Great Awakening worldwide to begin with, it seems very much like what you just described. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the big question I have is, will mankind make that leap? I mean, you know, typically, I think civilizations, you know, if they don't make that leap, things go the other way. And so, you know, I always am, I'd say, somewhat fearful that, you know, that's what may occur. I think we're in an age where we have this opportunity to take a leap that moves us in a more spiritual direction. I think there's a predisposition for that. I just hope it comes to pass.
Well, I have to say, Dr. Cohen, with conversations like this and others, and the digital age and information age that we now live in, I share your optimism, and I'm heartily encouraged to see where we go from here. For patriots out there that would like to reach out and potentially connect with you, is there an avenue for them to do so?
Yeah, I think the best way is to sort of go to our website, which is Soltech Health. It's SOLTEC Health, HEALTH.com, because I can be contacted through that website. But in addition, you can see what we've developed that actually facilitates this process.
Fantastic. Dr. Cohen, thank you very much for joining me on the show today. It's been a phenomenally enthralling conversation. For the audience out there, if you'd like to learn more, you can navigate to the links in the description box below the video, or navigate to soltechhealth.com to learn more. This is SG Anon. I hope you've enjoyed today's conversation as much as I have. I'll be back with each and every one of you again soon on the Q News Patriot channel. God bless everyone. Stay safe today. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed Dr. Dan Cohen and SG Anon in that interview. Moving right along, Patriots. If you're still up and going and interested in watching a good movie, we're going to watch The Greatest Show on Earth. I can't remember if I played this before a long time ago or not, but always good to see it again, so let's check it out.
I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied I'm on my way. Take a straight and stronger course to the corner of your life. Make the White Queen run so fast, she hasn't got time to make you wife. 'Cause it's time with your time, and this news is captured. Use me anytime you want. Just remember that the goal is for us all to capture all we want. Don't surround yourself with yourself. Move on back to square. Send an instant comment to me. Initial it with loving care yourself. 'Cause it's time with your time, and this news is captured for the Queen to use.
Yes, we can.
Former President Barack Obama, the great deceiver, instilled so much hope in the public.
Are you ready to go?
Yet, as time unraveled, more and more of his word became a lie, and a setup for the deep state to roll out a massive depopulation agenda was further established. One that would have carried on had Hillary won the 2016 election. The Georgia Guidestones had been set in stone for this Freemason agenda, but over the last 7 years the agenda had been destroyed. Hillary was meant to win, At least the deep state had rigged the election so she would. But they didn't realize how much rigging they'd need to do. Because Trump became so popular, they lost. The corrupt DC establishment had lost touch with reality.
Thank you.
And figured because they had the media in their pocket, they truly thought they would win. Despite the lawsuit with Fox News, Dominion has a proven track record of voter fraud. See Venezuela and how the people reacted when their election was rigged. Or watch Purveywood 9, Volume 2, where I cover the 2020 election rigging in explicit detail. Trump is still commander-in-chief, despite the 2020 election results. And the clues are left in military laws and orders, such as the Military Justice Act, Executive Order 13818, 13848, 13912, and many more. When Trump became president, he would need the aid of the world to eradicate the swamp effectively. And to get this sort of power, he used whitemail in order to give corrupt countries and individuals the chance to do the right thing. We had everything. All the documents to prove the human rights violations they had committed, including voter fraud. There has been so much confusion in the truther community regarding Donald Trump. Is he a white hat? Is he a black hat? Are we all being deceived by the great deceiver? What do you think Obama was? The moment presidential power was lost by the deep state in D.C., the military, the Alliance of World Generals, and UN Security Council understood they had 4 years to set the groundwork for the plan that would ultimately drain the swamp and free the world from a future of tyranny under a one-world government. What so many failed to realize or give importance to are the details that show exactly how Trump, through executive orders and laws, took the necessary steps to protect our democratic republic and, more importantly, expose and eradicate the deep state that had been growing like a cancer throughout the world. The U.S. was placed under the crown with the 1871 Organic Act. The bar was quickly established thereafter, and what we know as the U.S. Democratic Republic became a corporation. What the military and Trump are doing now is bankrupting and dismantling that corporation. It may or may not have crossed your path, the famous capitulation tour, where Trump toured the world and met with every superpower, and was given a royal display of submission by each one. What would make each superpower submit to Donald Trump? Well, we had everything. Black hats use blackmail, and white hats use whitemail, where the latter uses information to force people into wrongdoing. The former uses information to give the chance of right doing. So what if I told you Donald Trump is still commander-in-chief? I can hear loads of people thinking, of course he is. The election was rigged. You are correct, but it goes much deeper than that. I can also hear a crowd of you thinking, well, no, he's not president. And if he is, explain everything. Explain Biden's presidency. Explain the vaccine. Explain why this is happening. There is a big difference between president and commander-in-chief. This film is for believers, and primarily for the doubters. The information to be presented can be verified via military executive orders and laws. That means this film isn't purely theoretical. Its majority is based in fact. It's based upon documentation that derives from .gov and .mil websites. This allows viewers to continue their research after the seeds of this film have been planted. Don't just blindly believe what is to be shown here. Let it guide you. By doing your own research, you will earn the reward of understanding and will be better able to explain this to your peers. And the hope you had forgotten will return in greater strength than ever before. So buckle up and enjoy the ride. By the end, you will realize why they say this is the greatest show on earth. truly understand current events, it's important to first get a grasp on the past. The Organic Act of 1871. On February 21st, 1871, the 41st Congress passed legislation entitled An Act to Provide a Government for the District of Columbia. This is known as Act of 1871. By this action, and with no constitutional authority, a separate form of government and constitution was created for the 10 square miles of land known as the District of Columbia, or Washington, D.C. Incorporated. The original U.S. Constitution was entitled The Constitution for the United States of America. The Act of 1871 changed that title to read The Constitution of the United States of America. By changing the title and the capitalization of the Constitution, the people were removed from this new Constitution. This new Constitution serves only for the corporation of the United States and not for the people of America. The people now have no rights or freedoms, no ownership of property, no right to travel, no right to marry, no right to do business. They are only debt slaves who must serve the corporation. Slaves have no rights, only privileges and permission to live on their master's property. Should they try in any way to use the corporate constitution, they will be charged with criminal trespass because they are not a party to this private contract entitled the Constitution of the United States of America. Our Constitution explicitly states that no citizen shall pay any direct tax to the federal government. Why are the citizens in all our sovereign states forced to pay federal income tax, which is collected by a foreign corporation of England called the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS? Our Constitution explicitly states that our currency is to be backed fully by gold and silver, and that our banking system is to be under control of the Treasury of the United States of America and the Congress. Why is it that I cannot receive gold or silver coin for my currency at my bank? Why does our paper money say Federal Reserve note and not gold or silver certificate as it once did? Why are our banks called Federal Reserve banks and not U.S. Treasury banks? Why is the Federal Reserve bank system owned by a British foreign corporation and controlled by the 13 most wealthy families of our world?
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
Do you understand this is why you are charged fees to travel, to marry, to do business, or even visit corporate parks? Do you understand why you must pay income tax, bank interest, and lose all your collateral in foreclosure? Do you understand why you lose in court? Why your family has no privacy or security? And why the feds are all over the 50 states? The deep state blossomed in Washington, D.C. For over 100 years, it's become a nest bed for highly corrupt, power-seeking individuals, all working for the 13 most wealthy families in the world. This is the swamp. Draining the swamp that's been growing for over 100 plus years requires a multi-layered operation that in order for it to be pulled off, it can't look obvious. It's done behind the scenes and requires a lot of thought, planning, organization, and most importantly, time. Why is it taking so long? Have you ever heard of Stockholm Syndrome? It's a condition in which hostages develop a psychological bond with their captors. We are those hostages. The brainwash of 100 plus years has a large portion of the public willing to fight for their captors. To prevent civil upheaval, The operation to take down the deep state had to include the eradication of years of brainwashing propaganda from the collective human psyche.
How dare you?
Thankfully, many are awake, and as of 2023, many more are awakening. Therefore, this operation isn't going to be published on the news. Not yet, at least. But knowing all this allows us to read in between the lines regarding current events, which include military executive orders, national emergencies, Trump's capitulation tour, COVID-19, and January 6th. They don't call this the Great Awakening for nothing. In order to start reading in between the lines and seeing current events with more accuracy, God helped us understand this plan further. With the help of military veteran Derek Johnson, his analysis of sequential events regarding military action and President Trump's executive orders and national emergencies, and even Biden's continuation of those orders, we clearly see Donald Trump is still Commander-in-Chief, under the continuation of government, also known as devolution. And because of national emergencies kept active by President Biden, which are in complete discordance to what Joe Biden has stood for his entire political career, it's very obvious. Once it clicks, the military, not DC, and with the Constitution put on pause, is in full control. What you're about to see is a detailed outline of military law, executive orders, and Trump's whereabouts throughout the world, all starting from 2015. When put together sequentially, it'll make sense, the order of events that took place to set the stage for the greatest show on earth.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning. Because today, we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another, or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
Department of Defense, The Law of War Manual, June 12th, 2015. The Law of War Manual is the Department of Defense's war manual. It was signed on June 12th, 2015. It's a combination of military and federal lawyers who took the Lieber Code of 1863, Geneva Conventions, Hague Conventions, Nuremberg trials, the Law of War manuals from the United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, and Australia, and all the strengths of those to strengthen the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is military law. The Golden Escalator. In the moments before his announcement, Trump came down the Golden Escalator at Trump Tower prior to announcing his run for president. What are the odds of that? Just 4 days after the Law of War Manual was passed. The Military Justice Act of 2016 was a Supreme Court clarifying military laws and courts are separate from civil laws and courts. It clarifies military personnel are different from civil. Federal Continuity Directive 1, January 17th, 2017. The Federal Continuity Directive 1 was signed 3 days before Donald Trump took office. Looking into the appendix, it defines devolution and reconstitution. To help you understand further, we must understand devolution, also known as reconstitution. Devolution. Devolution is a component of continuity planning that establishes procedures to transfer statutory authority and responsibilities from an organization's primary operating staff and facilities to another designated staff and one or more facilities for the purpose of sustaining essential functions. Devolution may be temporary or may endure for an extended period. A devolution plan is activated upon the threat of or in response to a catastrophic emergency that either renders the organization's primary leadership and operating staff unavailable or leaves them incapable of sustaining essential functions from primary facilities. Reconstitution. Reconstitution is the final phase of a continuity event, the process by which surviving and/or replacement personnel resume normal operations and may occur at any designated location that provides the staff, facilities, and systems necessary to sustain essential functions. Just prior to the signing of Federal Continuity Directive 2 on June 13, 2017, the directive that would actually implement the continuity of government and so much more, Trump embarked on an international tour, famously known as the Capitulation Tour. Saudi Arabia, the sword dance, May 20th, 2017. For Trump to be the only U.S. president to be involved in a Saudi Arabia sword dance is pure symbolism. This was symbolic of going to war together. The history and significance of sword dancing is important to note. The most common Arda in Saudi, called the Najdi Arda, initially performed by Arab warriors in the central Najd region of Saudi before meeting their enemies on the battlefield. Sword dancing was a way for the men to display their weaponry and show their heroic spirit. The Najdi Arda also recalls the battles led by King Abdulaziz Al Saud, the founder of Saudi Arabia. Trump came to Saudi with folders displaying the military had everything on their corruption. The only way out of their heinous crimes was to bend the knee to the U.S. and to capitulate, a vow to bring down the New World Order together. And what better way of showing their submission than with an honorable sword dance? Having Saudi Arabia on board meant the first side of the deep state pyramid had collapsed. 2 days later, Trump would go to Israel to do the same. Israel, May 22nd, 2017. On Monday, May 22nd, President Trump arrived in Israel and was welcomed by President Rivlin. Shortly after arriving, President Trump and Rivlin delivered remarks. Most importantly, President Rivlin proclaimed,
"America is back in the area. America is back again."
Israel publicly submitted by allowing the U.S. to move our embassy to Jerusalem and with our military protection. And to this day, Saudi Arabia and Israel are still getting along. Make note that Trump visited the Wailing Wall just prior to Israel moving their embassy. If you've ever heard people falsely claim Trump a Jesuit, this is where the false interpretation comes from. Many researchers are short-sighted. It makes them lazy, and they pause their ambitious research at this wall. Pun intended. They judge the trees, but not the forest, therefore misunderstanding. This was a massive goal in the capitulation tour. What comes next, just 2 days later, is the most important stop of the entire tour, the Vatican. Trump left Israel and flew straight to Rome, May 24th, 2017. Pope Francis would now be shown concrete evidence of human trafficking provided by the new coalition of US, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Red lines were drawn in the sand at Rome. The outcome? The Pope submitted to the US publicly in this famous picture.
The Pope wasn't happy. You should find the picture of him visiting the Pope. It took 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican Bank.
Think he's always frowning like that? Have a look when Pope Francis was visited by Obama. That same day, Trump flew to visit NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the EU, the European Union. May 25th, 2017. The EU is a unique and essential partner for NATO, as the two organizations share a majority of members, have common values, and face similar threats and challenges. EU leaders publicly submitted when Trump walked in late like a boss. Because now, we had everything. Trump truly was their boss. Both the EU and NATO now realized they have it all, and were instructed to stand down on Brexit and pay more for NATO. Now with the Middle East and European powers of the pyramid submitting, a monumental move forward could happen. That move was the implementation of the continuation of government. Federal Continuity Directive 2, June 13th, 2017. FCD2 outlines requirements and provides checklists and resources to assist federal executive branch departments and agencies in identifying and assessing their essential functions through a risk-based process, and in identifying candidate primary mission essential functions that support the national essential functions. In short, FCD2 provides the implementation protocols for the continuation of government and so much more. Just 4 months later, after getting wind of what Trump was doing, the deep state cabal tried to strike back. The Las Vegas Massacre, October 1st, 2017.
In a matter of seconds, a country music festival turned tragic, a storm of gunfire raining down upon an innocent crowd.
Q-Post 117 implied that they tried to take out the new Saudi Arabian Crown Prince bin Salman, who was a good guy in this film. The evil villain? The former Saudi Arabia Crown Prince Al-Walid. It was during the Las Vegas battle that he was neutralized. Al-Walid just happened to control Twitter. Now, we control Twitter, or X. Contrary to what I believed in the past, this points to Elon being a white hat. It's pretty obvious when you pay attention to what he's saying.
Elon, you tweeted this thing about George Soros.
I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But I mean, you know what you wrote. But you basically
It reminds me of Magneto. This is like, calm down, people. This is not like made a case out of it.
You also you said he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like, when you do something like that, do you?
Yeah, I think that's true. That's my opinion.
Okay, but why share it? Why share it? Especially because, why share it when people who buy Teslas may not agree with you, advertisers on Twitter may not agree with you? Why not just say, hey, I think this. You can tell me. We can talk about it over there. You can tell your friends. But why share it widely?
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I want.
You absolutely are. But I'm trying to understand why you do, because you have to know it's got a. It puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism. I mean, do you like that? People today saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite, if anything.
I believe that probably is the case.
Yes.
Why would you even introduce the idea then that would be the case?
I mean, look, we don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no. I don't want to at all. But what I'm trying, even came up though in the annual meeting. I mean, do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you got to stop, man. Or, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
I'm reminded of there's a scene in The Princess Bride, great movie,
great,
where he confronts the person who killed his father, and he says, offer me money, offer me power, I don't care.
The Las Vegas massacre was a key event, as Trump saved bin Salman's life, as intel had shown Prince Al-Walid was planning to assassinate him. As we mentioned before, we had everything. Now bin Salman owes his life to Trump, which led to the Saudi government overthrow, October 24th, 2017.
All right, so we begin in Saudi Arabia, where Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has detained some of the most high-profile members of the royal family, and that includes former Crown Prince Mohammed bin Nayef, as well as Prince Ahmed bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and the younger brother of the Saudi king. All suggests that they have both been accused of treason. The Saudi guards have also arrested one of Mohammed bin Nayef's brothers. They're now likely to be under the threat of life imprisonment or possible execution. Both could have rivaled Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to the throne if King Salman dies.
Quite a surprising move here by Prince Mohammed. Most of all, this arrest or detainment of Al-Walid. What does this mean for? Let's tackle Al-Walid first. He's being detained. We're not exactly sure where, but what does this exactly mean for him and Kingdom Holding?
23 days later, one side of the pyramid fell completely when Saudi Prince Al-Walid was arrested by Mohammed bin Salman. This happened just 3 weeks after the Las Vegas massacre. Prince Al-Walid owns the top floors of the Mandalay Bay. Intel points to Trump being in Vegas that night, and a few weeks later, the Saudi government gets overthrown. Now the capitulation tour would continue as Trump made his way to Asia for a 13-day, 5-nation tour. Japan, November 4th, 2017. The effect of Trump's visit had the Japanese emperor removed. This was the first in Japanese history. Just 1 month after Trump's visit, the Japanese cabinet finalized their decision and suggested that April 2019 would be a good date for Japanese Emperor Akihito's official abdication.
A sacred ceremony to mark the transition to a new era for the world's oldest continuous monarchy.
With 2 of the 3 mysterious imperial regalia, a sword and a jewel, the emperor gave his final speech.
Emperor Akihito was abdicated due to failure of his duties as emperor. And the symbolism of Japan's submission was when they allowed Trump to become the first ever U.S. president to hand out the sumo champion trophy. Alas, another old house family removed from control. South and North Korea, November 7th, 2017. Trump left Japan and flew to South Korea. Just weeks prior to arrival, the nuclear research mountain in North Korea collapsed, killing their nuclear scientist.
During the latest test in September 2017, a bomb believed to have an explosive yield of 100 kilotons set off a powerful explosion. It caused an initial 6.3 magnitude tremor and triggered several more earthquakes in the weeks that followed.
Was this to remove the nuclear threat? Was it to intimidate Kim Jong-un? Could it have been both? What Trump said in his speech to the South Korean Assembly pairs well with what happened in North Korea just weeks prior.
This is a very different administration than the United States has had in the past. Today, I hope I speak not only for our countries, but for all civilized nations. When I say to the North, do not underestimate us and do not try us. I also have come here to this peninsula to deliver a message directly to the leader of the North Korean dictatorship. The weapons you are acquiring are not making you safer. They are putting your regime in grave danger. Every step you take down this dark path increases the peril you face.
It would be only 18 months later that Trump would become the first U.S. president to cross the border into North Korea.
At one of the most militarized borders on Earth, an historic handshake.
Good to see you again. I've never expected to meet you at this place.
A US president, a North Korean leader, and an extraordinary invitation.
If Your Excellency take a step forward, you will be the first US president to cross the border at this time.
And Donald Trump didn't disappoint. Not just stepping, but positively striding into history books, the first sitting American president to meet a leader in the North.
China, November 8th to 10th, 2017. Trump then flies to China at the invitation of Chinese President Xi Jinping to meet and dine in the Forbidden City. Trump became the first foreign leader to ever dine in the Forbidden City since the founding of modern China. This is a massive act of submission. Remember, Xi Jinping had already visited Trump at Mar-a-Lago for a few days in spring 2017. It's evident China wanted to rid itself of the deep state as well. Two days later, on November 12th, 2017, Trump visits Vietnam. Trump then heads to Vietnam to get Southeast Asian leaders to submit, including Singapore and the Philippines. Trump is placed in the honor position to the right of the Vietnam leader as proof of submission. At the core of it all, it's about stopping trafficking. Philippines submit. On the Council of Foreign Relations website, Joshua Kurlansik writes on Trump and Philippines president having a bromance. He points to Trump making human rights a low priority in Southeast Asia. Joshua writes, The Philippine president seems to appreciate a U.S. leader who has made human rights a low priority in Southeast Asia and who thus has mostly ignored any criticism of Duterte's undermining of the rule of law. Indeed, the Trump administration has downplayed human rights in all aspects of U.S. foreign policy, including bilateral meetings with foreign leaders and funding for rights and democracy programs within the U.S. government, among other areas. Trump extended his stay to attend another summit, and this marked the end of the Asia tour. And with no coincidence, the Trump administration executive orders, particularly on human rights violations, appeared just 1 month later. Donald John Trump would declare a national emergency with respect to serious human rights abuse and corruption around the world. Before we explore Executive Order 13818, it's best to take a minute to understand what an executive order actually is. Being that only 32% of Americans can accurately name all 3 branches of government, knowing the importance and meaning of an executive order is imperative, as the coming executive orders of late 2017 and 2018 and beyond are the framework, the blueprint, that has allowed monumental action to take place in taking down the deep state.
The power of the pen. With just their signatures, U.S. presidents can issue executive orders, documents that direct the actions of the federal government. They have the force of law. There are limits on the president's ability to issue orders. The order must specify what authority is used to make it, either the Constitution or a law. Executive orders can be overturned. Courts can rule them unconstitutional. Congress can refuse to spend money to carry out an order. Congress can pass legislation to invalidate them. Future presidents can undo an order by issuing a new one. All U.S. presidents except one, William Harrison, who died after 1 month in office, have issued at least one executive order. And some executive orders make history. In issues large and small, presidents use executive orders to shift priorities and change the way the federal government does business.
Executive Order 13818, December 20th, 2017. By Executive Order 13818, the President declared a national emergency with respect to serious human rights abuse and corruption around the world, and pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which is 50 U.S. Code 1701, took related steps to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. A national emergency is a situation in which a government is empowered to perform actions not normally permitted. The 1976 National Emergencies Act implemented various legal requirements regarding emergencies declared by the President of the United States. Setting an executive order with a national emergency is a very big deal. This executive order was solely based at its core a means to stop the massive human rights violations around the world. As the year ends, Trump begins 2018 with a continuation of the capitulation tour. Davos, Switzerland, January 26, 2018. As we enter 2018, the world leaders understand the plan, and average U.S. citizens are waking up to Q. Trump flies into the lion's den at Davos, Switzerland, with Soros present. All the largest global CEOs and bankers submit to Trump at Davos, and you can see Trump has been given the seat of honor right in the center. The CEOs and bankers understood what you understand now. They knew the U.S. was under military control, and to survive, they had to play ball. Trump stated, "The world is witnessing the resurgence of a strong and prosperous America." And just 2 months after, on a Trump-approved submission trip, Mohammed bin Salman, heads to Silicon Valley, a valley where Saudi Prince Al-Walid no longer held superiority. Mohammed bin Salman tours Silicon Valley, March 20th, 2018. With the takedown of puppeteer Al-Walid, Crown Prince bin Salman goes on a Trump-approved submission trip to all the CEOs formerly owned and controlled by the Saudi Arabia side of the pyramid: Google, Apple, Twitter, Facebook, Microsoft. Donald Trump has set the chess table properly by assembling a worldwide task force that would essentially team up with the U.S. military to drain the swamp. As Mohammed bin Salman set Silicon Valley straight, Trump came back to the White House and got busy. From January to December of 2018, Donald Trump would publish 37 executive orders, from Executive Order 13820 to Executive Order 13856. The most important order would be 13848. We'll get to that very soon. Trump invites Macron to the White House. Macron is married to one of the deep state, and he worked for the Rothschilds, yet he completely submitted to Trump in these photos. Trump has it all, and these leaders are being tasked with cleaning up their deep states, or Trump will declass it all. The Queen submits, July 14th, 2018. The Queen submitted to Trump when she allowed him to walk in front of her during a review of her honor guard. Then, she placed Trump under her sigil in the center position. Then, she had him sit in Winston Churchill's chair. Total submission photos. As Trump continues on his global submission tour, he visits Norway to meet Putin, July 25th, 2018. In that famous summit, Putin throws Trump a soccer ball and says, "The ball is in your court." Absolute submission. The entire world is playing ball now. Now for the most important executive order, 13848, September 12th, 2018. Election interference. It was written 2 months before any election under Donald Trump. It's current and active till September 2024. That's right, Joe Biden has extended this executive order. This is a clue that the president is acting under Commander-in-Chief. This executive order traps all governors, attorneys, generals, Secretary of States, judges, and lawyers for not upholding and implying and enforcing the law. Executive Order 13848 carries a national emergency within it. Keep in mind, this was signed 2 months before any election under Donald Trump. It was 2 years before the presidential election of 2020 and 2 months before the midterms, meaning the only evidence of voter fraud was 2016 and prior. This explains why the Hillary camp, the DNC, and the Mockingbird media all sang the same tune, "Trump won't win." Executive Order 13848 specifically says, although there has been no evidence of a foreign power altering the outcome or vote tabulation in any United States election, foreign powers have historically sought to exploit America's free and open political system. Executive Order 13848 defines who it isn't referring to. Therefore, it defines who it is. If not foreign, it's domestic. It's referring to the Washington establishment. It's referring to the deep state, the cabal, the swamp. Trump now takes the capitulation tour to South America, Argentina, November 29th, 2018. Trump corrals all the global bankers together and forces their submission. Then, Trump walks off stage, leaving the Argentinian president all alone, showing Argentina's submission to Trump. Argentina is a trafficking hideout. It's why the Obamas frequently visit. 3 weeks later, Trump invites Brazil's Bolsonaro to the White House. March 19th, 2019. Trump welcomes a new friend to the table when Brazil elects their version of Trump with Bolsonaro as president. Many see the submission with his hands clasped, and quickly after his visit, Bolsonaro arrests Oprah's best friend, then accused trafficker, now guilty, John of God. Theresa May, May 24th, 2019. Remember when Theresa May cried and resigned to allow Boris Johnson, who's a Trump supporter, to take over as Prime Minister of England? May owes her life to Trump. Intel hinted that Trump alerted May to a hit on her by the deep state.
So much to be optimistic about. I will shortly leave the job that it has been the honour of my life to hold. The second female Prime Minister, but certainly not the last. I do so with no ill will, but with enormous and enduring gratitude to have had the opportunity to serve the country I love.
She's crying because they were going to kill her, and she was saved by Trump. Space Force, established December 20th, 2019. The U.S. Space Force is responsible for organizing, training, and equipping Guardians to conduct global space operations that enhance the way our joint and coalition forces fight, while also offering decision-makers military options to achieve national objectives. Enhance the way our joint and coalition forces fight? This sounds like the branch of the military responsible for worldwide military operatives. Certainly something that was established on Trump's capitulation tour. It's key to note that Russia was the first nation to have a space force, and the Russians are known for gathering intel. It is said that Space Force was active in collecting all the election fraud that occurred during the 2020 election. After the onslaught of attempted indictments on Trump, there is now a leg to stand on legally for Trump to showcase the data they have that proves the election was rigged. Before Trump ends his international visits, he heads to India. Trump visits India, February 25th, 2020. Trump now turns his focus to India. Their leader Modi submits publicly to Trump with these hugs. He also clasped his hands together in this photo to show his hands were tied as he submitted. These comms are important to note, and they're very symbolic. Trump was greeted with a stadium of 100,000 Indians chanting,
Namaste Trump! Namaste Trump! Namaste Trump!
Trump ends his international visits with India and immediately focused on the battlefront back home. This is when the deep state released their Ukrainian bioweapon. COVID-19, March 13th, 2020. Chaos and division equals power acquisition. COVID was a biological chemical attack. It was going to be used with Hillary as president. They created a problem they already had a solution to. When you know Bush Jr. wrote presidential directives for federal continuity, and, even more damning, when you apply that Obama wrote an executive order in 2009 that specifically says, establishing federal capability for the timely provision of medical countermeasures following a biological attack. Along with mainstream news sources, Bill Gates talking about pandemics and vaccines in 2012, it's very easy to see what was going to happen. How it happened is what you need to understand. The military and World Alliance of Generals gave all the Washington establishment via Congress the chance to do what was right for humanity. But they didn't. They had their rats in Ukraine relinquish these attacks. It wasn't China. There's multiple cities in Ukraine where biochemical labs are, those that Russia's bombing, with the name China attached to the Ukrainian spelling. It all ties in and makes sense when you apply the timelines and facts. On March 13th, 2020, Trump declared a nationwide emergency under the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, authorizing assistance administered by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, the first known instance of FEMA serving in such a role for a public health incident. So, Russia is just annihilating and bombing Ukraine for no reason, or just because they want their land back? And that requires this kind of list from your taxpayer money? It doesn't make sense. Instead, if you flip the scenario and apply the facts, it makes plenty sense. Obama wrote 3 executive orders for Ukraine in 2014. VP Biden made 7 trips in 7 months to Ukraine in 2014. In 2014, there was not a traditional election held in March. It was called a snap election, when Poroshenko won the first round and there wasn't a second. Obama congratulated him 2 days after that election. Ukraine broke the CIS treaty in 2018 with Russia. Putin hands the soccer ball to Commander-in-Chief Trump in 2018. Russia doesn't participate in the World Cup 2022? Not participating in one of their most loved sports? The soccer ball represents the ball is in your court, Mr. President. You tell me what you want me to do. Commander-in-Chief Trump never started any wars. He got Russia to bomb these Nazi-ran biochemical labs. The only Ukrainians fighting in Russia are Nazi soldiers, defending these biochemical labs that the United States criminals were funding. Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, John Kerry, Mitt Romney, and the list goes on. Hunter Biden is now under serious investigation. Pause for 1 second and realize that the majority of what you see coming from the mainstream is actually military controlled. The same time Hunter is being investigated is the same time Trump is being indicted, which is the perfect setup for all red pills to fall like rain at the same time. Luckily, COVID wasn't as bad, as they've skewed the numbers, and the majority of those vaccines were saline. The military knew what was going on and did everything to prevent as much as they could. The rest of it is to wake us up. It wasn't fun for anyone. This is war, and it's up to you to understand who's who and the blueprint. Just think back to friends and family members who are so distant from your point of view, that are now getting closer to it by simply observing the sheer fuckery of the last 2 years. The Fed submitted. March 15th, 2020. During COVID, the Federal Reserve took a back seat to the Trump-controlled Treasury Department for the first time in 100 years. The Fed submitted and paid out all liquidity while our Treasury secured the assets. It used to be the other way around. Fast forward to a glimpse of today and the Federal Reserve has gone bankrupt. New financial systems are being created, the dollar is failing and will die fairly soon.
Here's the G7, a group of 7 of the world's advanced economies, including the US, UK, and Japan. And here's what some call the alternative from the developing world, the BRICS, formed by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The BRICS is trying to position itself as the voice for emerging economies and challenge Western dominance of global affairs. Its leaders are holding a summit in Johannesburg to discuss an historic expansion. More than 40 countries, including Saudi Arabia and Iran, want to join.
The expansion of BRICS could definitely boost the group's global influence.
Let's look at what a potential enlargement means for the alliance and its ambitions to shake up the global political and economic order.
The original term BRIC was actually coined by a Goldman Sachs banker, grouping these really different countries together because they were so fast growing.
The leaders of Brazil, Russia, India, and China formalized their relationship in 2009 and invited South Africa to join the alliance a year later.
They decided to take that idea in an effort to create a bit of a political and economic counterpoint to what's perceived as the Western hegemony of the global political and economic spheres.
The BRICS countries together make up more than 40% of the world's population and almost a third of the world's GDP. According to data from the International Monetary Fund, the bloc has already overtaken the G7 nations' share of the global economy on the basis of purchasing power parity. That's when the purchasing power of different currencies is equalized. Projections by Goldman Sachs show the world's economic balance shifting towards the BRICS and emerging economies. China is expected to overtake the US as the world's largest economy by 2050, with India climbing to number 3.
China and India have experienced massive growth since the BRICS were founded in 2009 and certainly have helped them swell in importance and remain relevant on the global stage.
China and Russia are pushing to enlarge BRICS. Experts say Beijing is keen to create an alternative grouping to counter the US and the West on the world stage.
China has been bullish on expanding BRICS for some time, and they're particularly keen at the moment because of the trade tensions with the US. The US looking to diversify its supply chains away from China.
Russia sees an expansion as a way to gain more international allies following its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. South Africa publicly supports the expansion, as does Brazil. But experts say behind the scenes, Brazil and India want a more measured approach.
It seems that they are concerned about the group leaning too autocratic, so they want to have very specific requirements for admission to make sure that there's a balance amongst the members and that it doesn't become sort of the autocratic G7.
More than 20 countries have formally applied to become part of BRICS, ranging from Saudi Arabia to Ethiopia, Argentina, and Indonesia. Experts say Saudi Arabia is a strong candidate as a major economic and energy power in the Middle East, with a growing role in regional diplomacy. Indonesia, with the world's 4th largest population, is another strong contender.
Indonesia, being such a large economy and important in the electrification, clean energy tech, electric vehicles, might be a logical choice.
One reason for joining the BRICS is gaining access to the bloc's new development bank. Since its founding in 2014, the bank has approved more than $30 billion in loans for development and infrastructure projects.
Access to funding from this bank, which seem to be having more favorable terms than a traditional development bank like the World Bank or the IMF, is definitely something that's attractive to a lot of countries.
The new development bank also wants to deepen the use of local currencies instead of the US dollar for trade and financing between the BRICS nations. Ultimately, experts say one of the biggest challenges for the BRICS to counter the West is to form a united voice on major global issues.
Generally, the countries have pretty diverse and diverging interests in politics, on security issues, and even relations with the US. I think the group would like to be seen as an alternative political forum to the G7 group of developed nations. Whether or not it is able to achieve that, I think, will largely depend on what countries it admits.
Executive Order 13912, March 27th, 2020. Donald Trump federalizes the National Guard and reserves to active duty because of those unaddressed national emergencies. From 2017 to March 2020, Donald Trump declared 9 national emergencies. 7 were in executive orders, all were unaddressed by Congress. This equals a military operation, a continuation of government, a destroying of the federal corporation.
Your 6-blade knife, do anything for you.
Executive Order 13919, April 30th, 2020. President Trump signed Executive Order 13919, which gives the Secretary of Defense the authority to activate the reserve components of the military to federal duty. The military generals and their commanders, and Commander-in-Chief Trump, are now in full control of our nation and have been under multiple clauses under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the Constitution, and federal law. All this implicates that Joe Biden is not the president.
Hey Joe, where you going with that gun of yours? Hey Joe, I said where you going with that gun in your hand?
If Biden was actually president, would he extend a number of these executive orders that go against his lifelong policies? Ones created by Trump specifically meant for the takedown of the cabal? This is a perfect sign that shows the military is in control of a lot of what you are seeing. Biden's admin is nothing but a continuation of government, but they're the side that's exposing their crimes to the public. They're destroying their system. They're all actors. The ones that aren't, they know what's going on. Continuation of government shows so. Biden has extended every single executive order with national emergencies and the Executive Order 13912 that federalized the National Guard and reserves to active duty. Every executive order has expiration dates, so why did he extend policies that don't align with his? Executive Order 13912 didn't set to expire until March 2022. Why did he extend it in 2021? He extended it again in 2022, which now makes the National Guard and reserves on active duty till March 2024. The Space Force has never been uttered from Biden's mouth. The Space Force articles have never mentioned Joe Biden. The Army transferred all communications to the Space Force in August 2022 for one command. Who's that commander if Joe Biden has never been mentioned by the Space Force? Who established the Space Force as an independent military branch in 2019? Donald Trump. The Air Force did not give Biden the traditional ride into D.C. on January 20th, 2021. Guess who the Space Force is a department of? The Air Force. There's multiple documented pictures on the Flight app of Coast Guard on Navy bases and Navy helicopters on Coast Guard stations. The Coast Guard is a Department of Homeland Security during peacetime. They operate under the Navy during times of war. This implies we are at war. The Marines are a department of the Navy. That makes all military branches operating under military operation. Continuation of government, none of which recognize Biden as Commander-in-Chief. In every single National Guard article, Biden has not been mentioned, not once. Only the Secretary of Defense and or the commanders of the brigade, battalion, or unit. Biden campaigned that he was going to shut down Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay. Why has he not revoked Executive Order 13823? Which is Donald Trump's executive order that revoked Obama's executive order to shut it down. If he was president, he would have the same powers and authority as every other president. But it's evident he doesn't, because he's not the president. In fact, he's not even alive, and we'll get to that soon. The rigged election, November 20th, 2020. How did President Trump, the military, and his administration know to write every key executive order from 2017 to 2021 with specific dates inside to be activated and enacted on after November 3rd, 2020, and after January 6th, 2021? Military has its own law, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The Constitution is the highest law in the land, backed by the military. The military came first in our nation. The military was created to make sure the government did not get too radical, hence why they stepped in. This did not just start recently. Our country isn't the country you think it's been. From 2017 to 2021, a lot of you thought that certain Trump team members, staff, administration, and military turned on him, but they didn't. It was part of an operation. They're called white hat operatives. Optics within optics. If you didn't know about the laws, or if you weren't following the laws being signed from 2017 to 2021, you were blind and fell for the bait as you did with everything you witnessed from January 6th and January 20th to present day. January 6th, 2021. The military expected the 2020 election to be rigged, but to drain the swamp, they had to let it happen. They had to show the American public this way. Mike Lindell's documentary shows the real election results, with almost every state voting for Trump. The Executive Order 13848 issued the first national emergency. Then, on January 6, 2021, Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller activated the National Guard to federal duty, as was ordered in Executive Order 13919 by President Trump. All of those actions also signified President Trump's war powers of the president via 47 U.S. Code 606, Title 10 of the United States Code, the invoking of the Insurrection Act of 1807, Title 32 of U.S. Code, extended President Trump's power as president according to those codes in Articles 2 and 4 of the Constitution. On January 6, 2021, after two objections, the insurrection took place. It wasn't an insurrection. It was all planned. The military was exposing the deep state. Because in our Constitution, in 3 U.S. Code 15, it tells you what was supposed to happen when those objections took place. That didn't happen. When they came back in, they just rushed right on through and counted the votes. They were supposed to go into a special chamber, go read through 3 U.S. Code 15. Congress, swamp, the rhinos and dinos broke 18 U.S. Code 2381, 2384, and 2385, and 52 U.S. Code 20511. Executive Order 13848 traps all governors, attorney generals, secretary of states, judges, and lawyers who do not uphold or apply the laws that were put into place, so they chose what side of the line they were on. To understand further, you can watch my film, The Flight of the Bronson Brothers, a group of 4 famous trumpet-playing brothers who sued Congress for not upholding their oath. Their fight still continues, and you can catch up on that fight on goodlion.tv. The deep state did in fact control the front lines with FBI operatives, getting us to enter the Capitol. I know because I am one. I faced corrupt judges, correctional officers, and lawyers who all tried to bash my spirit, but only made it stronger. These are the corrupt judges and lawyers who chose to stay on their side. They will regret doing so. This is a multi-layered operation of all the things that the swamp is being drained from. January 20th was also a very important day, as it was the funeral of Joe Biden. That's right, all right in front of our faces. Joe Biden's funeral, January 20th, 2021. President Trump received the full military and constitutional regulated inauguration ceremony with the Presidential Salute Battery, 3rd Infantry, also known as the Old Guard, with a 21-gun salute, with the playing of Hail to the Chief as he flew off in Air Force One post 11:59 and 59 seconds a.m., as the 20th Amendment specifically says a president's term is to end and begin at noon. Joe Biden had 3 cannons, 9-second intervals, 21 guns, and the first shot was a dud. So, 20 guns? And this was at Arlington National Cemetery. If you go to arlingtonnationalcemetery.mil, it specifically says the 3 valiant salute is not to be confused with the 21 gun salute. Joseph Biden received a full-grade military funeral service. He didn't get to ride in Air Force One. He raised his right hand at 11:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is a violation of the 20th Amendment.
I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be? So limitless and free, desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land.
What we are witnessing today is still a continuation of government, aimed to reverse the radical brainwash of propaganda on our nation. You don't just flip a switch to change a public opinion. You orchestrate an entire movie, a show, where the world becomes a stage, in order to create the proper outrage and insight, knowledge that enables people to break away from a hypnosis of division. America is like an innocent child that was kidnapped by a dark satanic cult of criminals and pedophiles, using its power to effect worldwide change in its favor. 10 years ago, not many people would be able to grasp this information, but through Trump's presidency, COVID-19, the 2020 election, January 6th and January 20th, and the deep state in Ukraine, we've woken up. We've realized blindly putting faith into government has become our greatest fault, and that paying attention matters. The last 100 plus years, Americans were sold to a corporation, losing the true meaning of what being an American is and was all about. Many naysayers out there around the world know nothing about being American, while at the same token, there are just as many patriots in every country of the world because they too have national pride in their country and can see that ridding the deep state of the U.S. is ridding the deep state of the world. You see, we all have something to unite for. We may fear a united one-world government, as we should, but inviting a one-world patriotism is what can unite us all together, rejoining in the fact that we all have our individualism, but our collectivism is what makes us stronger as individuals. Many people stop short at their brief, they're all on the same side rhetoric, yet can one truly watch this entire movie and still believe that? The thirst for knowledge, the hunger to understand, when lost, becomes the closing time for both heart and mind, and it becomes evident. Those are the ingredients that make a doom and gloomer. They stopped their research long ago. But not you. You didn't. You now have the tools to understand everything you are seeing happen around the world. It will take thought. It will take your own research. It may take open-minded conversations, painful ones, but together we are collectively the audience of the greatest show on earth, The Great Awakening. Keyboard warriors, you know what to do.
What'd you think of the movie, folks? I was wrestling with my dogs. why I looked like I was wrestling with the dog. Good movie. Very good movie. I do think we've seen that before, but glad we watched it again. You know, a lot of you are old enough to remember back before we had the internet. And a lot of younger people would probably think of that now as the disconnected times, but we weren't disconnected, were we? We had barbecues and parties, and we got together for fun things. Hell, some people would have card night every week. I mean, we got together every weekend and drank and played cards for 2 straight days. People got together. We weren't disconnected. Satan has been ruling the planet. Yeah. Was ruling the planet. But what's the planet look like without Satan on it? That's a different question. We all remember evil. We will remember evil. How long do you think it'll take? How many generations for people to forget evil and for it to return? Because sooner or later, when people forget what evil is, it'll come back. I don't know if you can ever actually eradicate evil. What do I know? It's been good hanging out with you guys. I love hanging out with you every night. I'm trying to get better and better with the show. You know, I could set up a news background behind me, but I don't want to do that. I thought about it, but, you know, not what I'm trying to do here. I just, I'm glad you guys enjoy the time and learn some things, and that we're able to have open adult discussions without people harassing each other here and without getting booted off of YouTube. And so that much is nice, at least. That was one of the hardest parts of the past decade for me, was speaking my mind and getting in trouble for it all the time. Losing account after account. I got booted off of X. I mean, like, suspended for life like 8 times. And then Facebook like 20 times. I don't get on there much anymore. It's not my thing. Yeah, we'll have to talk about flat Earth some day after I take a ride in Trump's spaceship. Then I'll come back and tell you if the Earth is flat. Fair enough. God bless you all for being here. God bless you in general. You're good people. And I couldn't be happier to know all of you, for real. God bless all of you, and much, much love to you. I hope to see you all here tomorrow. Yeah, I do too, Max. That's about 10 days out, the Wano Savan event. The streaming truth about Lahaina. I hope it's not a letdown. Yes. I get tired of hearing people say we're going to get the truth, and then we don't get the truth. Trump campaigned on a lot of promises, cutting electric bills in half, releasing this day one, doing that day one. So don't get upset when people hold hold him to his words. You know, I know people say you're getting a little ahead of yourself, and that's true too, but I hold people to their words. These guys are supposed to be some of the best chess players on the planet. Smart, smart, smart. And you're telling me they didn't know months ago that releasing Epstein files would be damaging to the economy. You can't tell me they didn't know that. So I don't know what the deal is exactly with the Epstein stuff. I could care less about it. I mean, I think we know a lot of the truth about it. It would just be a nice gesture of transparency to see them say, here's what we promised you. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Stay out of trouble. Have a good night. And don't fear. So much more has happened. Most of it's already over. The shit part's just sitting there waiting around for them to decide when to tell us about it, truthfully. And God, I hope it's soon. Somehow I doubt it. But changes are happening for the better. America's coming back. That I do believe. So God bless you guys. I will see you all again tomorrow evening, and we'll keep going. The charges against that sheriff are connected to Lahaina and the Diddy stuff. Probably. There's probably connections. We do. We need justice for the kids, Patty. You're absolutely right. They've said all along it's about the kids. Prove it. Show us. God bless you. See you tomorrow.
Aren't we all just lost gloves looking for our, if we're a left hand, aren't we looking for our right hand?
And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you the people have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You the people have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power, let us all unite, let us fight for a new world. Stumble, you might fall, stumble, you might fall. Stumble, you might fall. I ain't gonna go blind. I'm gonna get myself, I'm gonna get myself, I'm gonna get myself connected. I ain't gonna go blind, for the light that is reflected. Hear me out.
You're terrified. Ain't gonna go blind, ain't gonna go blind. Here we go. If you make sure you're connected, the writing's on the wall. But if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall. Hear me out, stumble you might fall. Yeah. In a state of fire, staying alive. Won't someone try? Open up your eyes. You must be blind if you can't see the gaping hole called reality. Wanna do it again? I'm gonna do it again. Wanna do it again? Come on, I'm gonna do it again. Hear me out. Terrified, something ain't right. Here we go. If you make sure you're connected, the writing's on the wall. But if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall. Stumble you might fall. If you make sure you're connected, the writing's on the wall. But if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
Inflation. I love these songs. What's with these songs?
President Trump.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's.
I think we can all feel that there are two very specific timelines playing out now. And for those of you that are seeing this and this resonates with, I want you to know something very important. You're not going crazy. You're not going crazy at all. You're awakening more and more and more and more. And that awakening is going to get weirder for you. It's going to get good. It's going to be fun, but it's going to get weirder for you. So what I thought I'd do is put 5 signs about what you're actually going through right now, and let me know if any of these resonate for you. So the first one, you're beginning to question everything you once believed. The systems, the rules, how life should be lived, how you should feel. It all feels like a script, like a man-made script, like a matrix. You've stopped blindly accepting and started to see beyond the illusion. And it feels quite scary, but it also feels liberating. You're excited by this. Your own energy now is rejecting certain people or places. It's not that you're being antisocial or you're avoiding things. It's just you really focus on making your energy right now. Your frequency is shifting. So if something drains you, you remove yourself from it. If something repels you, you no longer stay with it. If something doesn't feel aligned, you get out of the way. Your soul is done with small talk and small minds. Number 3, reality seems to glitch out all the time. Time feels warped. Sometimes a day goes by like a minute, and sometimes a minute goes by like a day. Synchronicities can feel overwhelming. They feel like they're happening before they happen. If you know, you know. You're no longer living in a fixed reality. You feel like you're stepping into a quantum reality where time is strange. You might also feel very nostalgic as well at this time. You've got this very magnetic, urgent pull towards something, but you don't know what it is. And you keep thinking, when am I going to know what it is? When am I going to know my purpose? When am I going to know what to do? Well, the purpose right now is to surrender and accept, stop resisting the resistance. But you do sense this mission of something bigger than you, something greater, why you're here. The path isn't fully clear yet, but deep down you know you were sent here for this, and it will come. And you've detached from the chase of the 3D life. So whilst money and success and the material things are important to improve things in life, it doesn't own you anymore. You're stepping into something far greater, your energy body, your true connection, true freedom, true expansion. So I hope some of those 5 resonated for you. Drop in the comments if they did. Drop me a heart in the comments. This isn't a phase right now. This is a full-scale activation of consciousness that's happening. Old identities are being shattered. People are waking up all over the world. Millions of people every day. This is a new world being born right now. So if you saw this and it resonated with you, drop me a like and a follow. Bye for now.
Someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm. I know it's been coming for some time.
Rachel Maddow, if he would just go away, if he would just sign an agreement that he would not run again for public office, this would all stop. And what has Trump said? Nope. I'm all in. Now, why is that? He understands this moment, the urgency of this moment. He understands. That's why I said Thomas Massie, this theoretical talk about the Constitution. The Constitution's been shredded. That's effete intellectualism. That's reading National Review. It doesn't matter anymore. That's just that's salon conversation. We're beyond that. We're beyond that.
In a tweet sure to garner the ire of President Trump, Thomas Massie wrote on Twitter today, "In order to be consistent in preserving the constitutional structure of our republic, I will be voting for the resolution to prevent the president from using a national emergency declaration to reappropriate money for the wall."
A staunch ally of fellow Kentuckian Mitch McConnell, Thomas Massie attended a rally today to support his campaign, warning fellow conservatives to back off from attacking the veteran senator.
But, some say that, Jeff Flake is not on board with the agenda, and they are critical of him. So do you think the president would be wrong to try to primary him and try to get him out of there?
What I've learned serving in the House of Representatives, there's 435 members. Don't alienate any of them, not a single one.
Why not try to stop Paul Ryan from becoming Speaker? After the election, you said he didn't have your vote, but he was approved unanimously for Speaker.
Well, John Boehner was approved unanimously, too. I anticipate voting for this rule. And for when people want to express their ideology, the floor of the House on the actual final passage of the bill is the place to do that.
Thomas Massie of Kentucky announced he is a yes. You heard probably just now a sigh of relief from Speaker Kevin McCarthy at getting that yes vote.
20 Republicans chose to side with Democrats and not censure Adam Schiff, including Thomas Massie, who tweeted, "I'm still litigating a federal lawsuit against Pelosi over a salary reduction she imposed on me for my refusal to wear a mask."
They can introduce all the resolutions they want. It can be 16 million or 160 million. I'm not going to stop defending our democracy.
Joining me now is Kentucky Congressman Tom Massie, who has endorsed Governor Ron DeSantis for president. Congressman.
Well, Ron will be able to talk about the economy because he didn't shut his down. And Trump was urging governors to shut their economies down.
Oh, they got to put him on primetime on Fox. Let's get him on Laura Ingraham and let's have him talk about some things they know, Massie. You were the one in the Rules Committee that let the debt ceiling go forward. You.
Who do you think is the current leader of the Democratic Party?
Lucifer.
Can you expand on that?
Evil energy. Possesses certain people with power and makes them take certain actions. You can look at that in the occult practices of Nazi Germany, and you can look at that in the politics of the modern day.
Who is the current leader of the, besides Satan?
Who's the current leader of the Democratic Party? Money. Money. Take that to the bank with you.
I want to say Kamala definitely was like the face in the political scheme, but there hasn't been as much, I think.
Where is this?
you dress so fine, through the bumps of dime in your prime. Then you, people call, say beware doll, you're bound to fall. You thought they were all kidding you. You used to laugh about everybody that was hanging out. Now you don't talk so loud. Now you don't seem so proud about having to be scrounging your next meal. How does it feel? How does it feel to be without a home? Like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone. Oh, you've gone to the finest school, all right, Miss Lonely, but you know you only used to get juiced in it. Nobody's ever taught you how to live out on the street, and now you're gonna have to get used to it. You say you never compromise with a mystery tramp, but now you realize he's not selling any alibis as you stare into the vacuum of his eyes and say, do you want to make a deal? How does it feel? How does it feel to be on your own with no direction home? A complete unknown, like a rolling stone. Ah, you never turned around to see the frowns on the jugglers and the clowns when they all did tricks for you. Never understood that it ain't no good. You shouldn't let other people get your kicks for you. You used to ride on a chrome horse with your diplomat, who carried on his shoulder a Siamese cat. Ain't it hard when you discover that he really wasn't where it's at? After he took from you everything he could steal. How does it feel? How does it feel to have you on your own, with no direction home, like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone? Princess on the steeple and all the pretty people, they're all drinking, thinking that they got it made, exchanging all precious gifts. But you better take your diamond ring, you better pawn it, babe. You used to be so amused at Napoleon in rags and the language that he used. Go to him now, he calls you, you can't refuse. When you ain't got nothing, you got nothing to lose. You're invisible now, you secrets to conceal. How does it feel? How does it feel?
When you're on your weekend and you get the fork in the road message, or you get the subsequent 5 bullets, hey, what the hell did you do, you lazy federal worker, this week? How frightening is it that someone on X, the owner of X, speaks to you directly to say, what did you do last week at work? And if you don't answer, I am going to fire you. But even more egregious, the president comes out, the most powerful person in the land, and endorses that message. How do you think that makes federal workers feel?